I'm trying to finish my sandwich. Hello, I have been bugified. This is true. I was trying to chew really dramatically for you. Ah, Mubat, what are you doing there? Why was Roku not allowed to have bugs? Made small and hairless, just like bugs. Bugs do not have height and bugs do not have hair, so I guess this is fine and normal and to be expected. Mubat hates bugs. Mubat is anti-bug. Mubat let you do it once, and then the second time they were like, actually no, I changed my mind. A little bit of bug was okay, but you've doubled the bugs. That's out. False. No. Also, I am loving, wow! Looking at the overlay here, where I can see all of the most recent things that were redeemed, and it's all of you guys torturing me while I was on Jenkins' stream on Saturday. It's all the googly and the gloop and throwing X's at me, disapproving, head patting me, spinning me. Half of it is all Montas though. I can't believe it was torturing me while I was live with him. He really took the opportunity to be like, all right, okay, I see that you're here. I can control your model while you're here. Recap, for those of you who might have missed it, we did have on Saturday, I had an unusually timed stream for an unusual topic. It was something, let me tell you. It was some of the most fun I've had on a stream. First off, it was so much fun. It is like exactly the pinnacle of up my alley, intersection of asexuality, trying to figure out what is sexually attractive, people who are not asexual. Also letters, which I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about. There were so many parts of that puzzle that all went together to that conversation, and a part of me was like worried about how it would go, but we all matched each other's tone really well because try as we all may, we were really bad at not being wholesome. We had a couple like out there statements that we made. There were a couple out there statements we made, and by we, I mean, I think it was mostly me. And it was mostly not even me saying things on behalf of myself. It was me saying things on behalf of Fungi, Father, and Jubby. Those are the only out-of-pocket things. So the only other thing is, you'll never prove the things I said there were true or not, but I did curse. I said 2 curse words. I think 3 maybe even, which is crazy. Because we're adorable, innocent. I know, we were so wholesome about so much of it, which I think is so funny, but I think that is each of the 3 of us to a T, and that, try as we may, we are professional, first and foremost, and we are all people who are driven by, like, intellectual curiosity, first and foremost, as opposed to, what might you say, like, natural instinct in that way, just as people, so it checked out. One of the funniest parts, you all started out trying to be sensational, but you ended up just being nerds. I know, we started out so strong. We started out so strong. We were trying in the beginning. We were joking that we were trying to get clippable content moments, but by the end of it, it was just like, well, is this one asymmetrical enough? Does this have enough interesting positive, negative space play? Are we mad about this font in particular? What does this look like in cursive or in calligraphy? We were so goofy about it, but it was so much fun. I would love to talk about strange topics with those 2 again. And thank you to those of you who stopped by for it. I saw you guys there. I know Amber was there. I know Life to Thrive was there. And if any of you guys want to see the VOD of it, I can find it for you if you would like. Let me see. Let me find it. It is only vaguely, I don't even know if I need to fully rate it 18+. Like, it was adult topics, but like not even fully. We didn't say that anything that was that incredibly out of pocket, which is crazy. I can't believe it. Like, I cannot believe that we somehow accomplished that. Unfortunately, I was at work, had to go to bed early. That's okay. If you want to see what it was, I can send you the link in the chat right now to the stream if you would like. Here it was. Here's the VOD. Wah. There you go. Enjoy to your heart's content. I was incognito. Oh. So I'm pretty sure a few streammates figured me out. Ruku, I didn't figure you out. Huh? Who were you? What? Ruku, you succeeded in incognito because I didn't know you were there. But hello, thank you for coming. Anyways, enough about things that occurred in the past. We're moving on to the future. Future. So, today we're going to be critiquing VTuber designs that are bugs, little insect fellas. I think this is our 3rd time doing insect-themed VTuber design critiques. And I did, when I was doing my prep, realize that about 1/3 of the fellas that were in the folder were actually fairies and not bugs. So I did remove them. They are not today. They will be a later time. There may be enough of them to have a dedicated fairy VTuber stream at some point, which surprises me. There's a lot of you. And you all having vaguely bug-like wings did, confuse me. Fairies are insects. Not to actually you, but fairies don't have an exoskeleton. Pardon you. So no, they're not. I don't qualify them. They're not an insect. They have the wrong number of legs, and they don't have an exoskeleton, so they don't get to be today. Today is exoskeleton havers only. I'm gatekeeping what it means to be an insect. Sometimes in some settings, pixies have exoskeletons. Okay, those ones. Those ones all count, but none of the VTuber ones that were submitted to me did. They all had normal human skin. No. Anyways, I'm like kind of locked in today. I just did a sandwich, so I'm feeling like well-fueled, and I am so happy to have a normal week again. So like, I kind of want to just like hit the ground running. I don't have a lot to like report here to you. My weekend was filled with finally getting to work for the first full days, which is like a sad thing to be, is like, yay, I got to work over the weekend, but like kind of yay, I finally got to get stuff done, because the brain worms that were like, ED, you gotta do things, ED, get your tasks done, there's so many things you have to do, now they're being quiet finally, so that's an improvement. Anyways, I'm just gonna get us started. Unusual, strange, right? If you're not here on time, what can you do? Shroommates arrive precisely when they intend to, but the teacher is here on time and getting us started. Crazy, right? Let's take roll. Who's here? I see Bleak, Turk by the Beat, Mad Buns, Alive to Thrive, Bugs, whoops, scroll up, not down, Star Heron, Lamia, Art Fun. EG is locked in. Yes, EG is locked in. I will do just a brief amount of housekeeping after roll though. Milo, hello, Game Loser, also, Moss Cake, Honey Butter, hello, Espresso, Interstellar Eyes, Opeliopo, Stellar's Catching, hello, happy Monday, fellas. It's Monday again. It's Monday again in the Shroom State. I haven't seen you guys on a Monday in over a week though, so that's kind of strange. But anyway, so, real quick, real fast quick, housekeeping. Housekeeping before we do anything else. Number 1, Clown Miku Design Clown Miku Design Challenge Showcase is Thursday, 1 p.m. EST. We're starting an hour early so that it's a good start time for Yam. But we will be looking at all of the Clown Mikus you guys designed. I'm finishing mine tomorrow. I'm so excited to look at all of them. There's so many cool ones that I've already accidentally snooped on, and I'm so looking forward to going over all of them with Yam. There's so many clever things. I'm even more excited to do this again next year. Like, I am looking forward to this being an annual Miku event that Yam and I can host to some capacity. So that, if you were still working on your Clown Miku design, as long as you have it submitted, either uploaded on Twitter or submitted in Yam or my Discord server by like Wednesday, 2 days from now, Wednesday, you should be included in the showcase. Yeah, EG is down to clown, and I'm down to clown for years to come. Don't worry, yeah. More Mikus in the future. Yam and I will probably consistently next year do Snow Miku design talk and stuff like that, and then we'll probably do another clown one next year, which is why we set it up to have themes. We want to kind of cover the summer angle of need for new Miku designing, and we both like Clown Miku, so it's a good topic for it. Also, thank you whoever brought us to 50% of the sub goal. It's not telling me who, but thank you. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate. Very kind of you. Oh, hi, Kat, also. Need a dinosaur Miku? Oh boy. We were gonna stick to Clown Miku for each year, but I feel like us as Shroomates could just do a, like, pick a theme out of a hat and design a Miku based on it. Extra credit someday, maybe. I feel like I would enjoy that personally. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Second extra credit, or not extra credit. Oh yes, actually, yes, extra credit, true. Second extra credit related thing is our extra credit for the month of July is Shroomates take on Art Fight. If you don't know what Art Fight is a thing where artists draw each other's OCs to gain points for their team. If you would like to participate in Art Fight, you should do that in of itself, but my challenge to the Shroomates for this month is to fight each other. I want you guys to fight each other, draw each other's OCs, because then that's like my, like, I have 2 little Barbie dolls in the house and I make them talk to each other situation of getting you guys to interact and look at each other's characters and all of that. Yeah, so hang on, exclamation point, extra credit. I should make a new little notepad thing for that for the month. I forgot that I didn't do that. I need to get on that. I've been slacking just a little. There we go. So there's the links to those. That's not how you spell extra credit. I forgot the T. There we go. Try again. There we go. YouTube. Good spelling. Find it funny how I just walked in here. I want Shroomates to fight each other. No! No! Shroomates fight in the only way I will permit. Shroomates are only permitted to fight each other artistically. Only with art. That's the only way I will permit it. Also, hi Lance. Hi Dia. Also... Oh, yeah, Ruruku, goal is 2 art a day. That's crazy. Dio, first off. Second off, Billy has, like, made, like, 12 or something, like, attacks already, and I'm flabbergasted. The efficiency at which Billy can draw is ridiculous to me. I cannot compare. Billy has already attacked, I think, a couple Shroomates, potentially. I saw Billy attacked Joan, but I'm not sure who else. There might be a couple others, so, like, fight Billy if you want something drawn. If you want a competitor, Billy's a good competitor to have up against you. Billy is quite animated, yeah. Did 5 attacks? Oh my god, Dia, take care of yourself, fellas. Don't overdo it. I've already been yelling at Billy about burning themselves out. Don't burn yourselves out. Pace yourself for art fight. Pace yourself. I saw like full-blown like animations on day 2, and I was like, you people are crazy. You are wild. So I will probably be able to start my art fight attacking Wednesday or Thursday of this week, maybe? I gotta get a couple things done first, but I am so looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to art fight all year! And we're already on week 2 and I haven't started, so we'll see.
Let me loose upon the shroom state. I wish to do great battle with the shroomates, to prove the supremacy of concrete.
Gary, I will allow it. Gary, I will permit it. Under these circumstances, I will permit you to go to battle, to fight. I will knight you myself as a knight of the shroom state, but you do gotta pick up that pencil yourself and draw. Which would only be fair because a lot of them have drawn you, Gary. You are the highlight. You are the most popular character in my art fight attacks against me that there has been. I think more than half the attacks against me have been of you, Gary. You're more popular than I am. How's that feel, man? You've replaced me. You've surmounted me. I'm not mad about it, actually. You're really cute, so I'm not mad about that, and the drawings are fantastic, so. Gary is ready to war. To war! To fight! Yeah, most beloved Gary Fungo. Yeah, go fight my child. Such an anime moment of sending a kid to battle. Not that Gary's really a kid. Gary has indiscernible age. He's like me. Neither of us really exist within the normal human scape of age. He's my kid. He's my little guy, but like, he is both unknowingly old and ancient the same way I am, which is why maybe he's so chaotic potentially. So, yeah, being a fruiting body, Gary is technically an adult. I know he's my son, but like, that's just because I'm still older. So, art fight. Fight each other. Do it. Fight each other. Do it. Can I have my boxing gloves? Fight each other? Do it. Get fought. I will fight maybe some of you, maybe some other people as well. I will figure out still. Gary is also, yes, not a clone. Hey, I didn't mean for you to fight me. I want you to fight each other. Yeah, oh, Amber's ready with the fists. Bam, bam, bop, beep, bop, boom, bam. Opa! Get you with the hook
all
shot.
According to Keikaku, I shall overtake the world and devour all the concrete.
Gary, please don't eat all the concrete. We need that. There's like purposes that we need that for, okay, man? Do not the concrete devour, okay? There are some structures that I would like to stay standing, namely the building I live in, that does contain that. Also, Amber, thank you for the translator note that Kikaku means plan. So then, okay, also, there's 2 more just brief housekeepings. So one is roommates. If there is a book that you would like me to read, a short story that you would like me to read, hopefully something that's in public domain, for accomplishing our ASMR goal, please tell me in stream events in the Discord server. Please send the Discord server. Just because what I have decided is that I will not be doing that live, just because I would feel it would be hard for me to balance. I am so incredibly bad at being focused when I am live. I'm sure this comes as no surprise to any of you. PG unfocused? No, couldn't possibly be. But that way I can focus. I can make sure that the quality is nice so that it actually feels kind of ASMR-y, right? And then also, like, if I was live, I would feel bad. Like, I like reading the chat. That's like 80% of the enjoyment of me streaming is seeing what funny little things you guys have to say. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I'm reading something else out loud. And then secondarily, I like thanking people for following. Your local weird core kid, thank you for following. Like, I like doing that. I like saying thank you to everybody. And I can't do that if I'm reading. It would interrupt the flow so badly. So I'm going to, yeah, do that. Yeah, stream events, yes. Oh, I forgot to update. I should have updated the channel header for that channel to reflect that, but yes. Streamer brain is real, it is debilitating, and I have it to an insurmountable degree. So for my sanity and yours, I will read something and it'll be an edited, just like short, not even short, just like an edited video that goes on second Squiiji afterwards. That way, you can have EG read you a book while you work on something, maybe, if you have interest in that. And it can be creepy. As long as it's something that is not inappropriate for my general audience, you know, my say-so shrooms, something that is not inappropriate, something that's still relatively family friendly, which goes to say that if it's the kind of book that you could have read in high school, like, I read The Bluest Eye in high school. I read, like Brave New World we read in high school, Kill a Mockingbird, like, all of those kinds of things. That's fine. Moira, that's okay. Moira is fine, theoretically. And then there can be some, like, other themes that are less than completely appropriate, as, you know, other things are. So creepy is fine, that works. Just make sure it's something that a high schooler would be okay with witnessing, potentially. Yeah. Like, perhaps vivisection. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I don't know what that word means. What is vivisection? Does that mean to vivisect, is that to tear things limb from limb? Am I thinking of that right? Or do I have the wrong word? Would they have to be short stories that have been traditionally published, or would you accept short stories written by followers? Not me, but sometimes magazines or whatever do short story comps. See, it would have to be something that I would not get bonked for doing. So, like, if it's something public domain, that's probably for the best. But if it's something that's published, the odds of me getting bonked for reading it are low. However, if it's something that's in a magazine or something from a competition, I would feel bad because that's some individual who wrote it that may or may not have gotten paid for it, and they're certainly not going to benefit from me reading it. So we'll see. Yeah. Oh, dissect while they're alive. Oh, vivid. Yeah, vivism. Okay, living. Okay, I see. Good Omens. I'm aware. Is Good Omens also a book? I didn't know that. I'm not familiar with that series very intensively. Are we talking like 5 minutes or less type of read? No, I am okay with it being like an hour or like 2 of a read. Please not like a full-length book. I know that, like, just to give you context, like The Hobbit is 20 hours. So, like, just to give you context, nothing that long, please. I'm not doing a full audiobook. But something, I'll have to figure out like a page count that might make sense for it, but something of that nature. Also, hot tomatoes, thank you for following. So we'll keep an eye out for something like that. If you guys have ideas, you are welcome to put them in there. If not, I may try and find one of my own. What's the command for that again? Command for what? For what? Oh, I don't know if there's a command for the stream events tab. Maybe I should make one. Yeah, we're using exclamation point Discord, so that might be, we can just do that, potentially. That's fine. Let me, meow, where's my mouse? Hello? Where's my cursor? Oh, there it is. Yeah, just exclamation point Discord probably for that. So we'll take suggestions for that. Our final housekeeping, I'm gonna draw my words out really long so that the ad break might end. Hello, give it 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Oh, thank you, Amber, for pinning it. That's actually fantastically helpful. Thank you. Yay, rotation. Thank you, Amber. It's so over? What do you mean it's so over? Though with the ads, hopefully. So, the final housekeeping that I wanted to mention is that Otakon. I'm still waiting for word on, I will have a panel. I'm waiting for word on when the panel is, because the easiest way to collect all of the shroommates for a meetup for Otakon is probably going to be immediately following my panel, theoretically. So, I do have a sort of little, like, head count thing in the Discord, just in the announcements area, where if you would like to, you can react to let me know that you are coming. And furthermore, because it was suggested, I don't actually remember who suggested it. It might have been, was it Edward? Someone suggested it, but suggested playing some Commander while we're at Otakon. Let me tell you, Jubby and I have been itching to play some Commander. Also itching to play Commander against someone who's not my cousin and does not have infinite money to spend on decks. Decks that may or may not be, like, whatever you call it, like level... What are the levels? Like 1 through 5, where 1 is, like, competitive. My cousin has, like, level 2 and level 1 decks. I would love to play Commander with people who also have, like, level 3 and under decks like me. I just want to have a funny thing. I also don't care about winning. So you can react in announcements there to it. And oh yeah, Inzenda has been teaching shroommates to play Commander. I saw that and I was actually kind of sad that I couldn't, like, hang out for that. I would love to be there while you guys are doing that, but I was busy. But yeah, if you guys are interested in playing some Commander with the shroommates, prior to, or just outside of, or in any way, Instinta has been organizing, yeah, on Tabletop Sim, some Shroomate competitions in Commander, which I would love to partake in at some point. I gotta figure out how to, I don't have my stuff on Moxfield, so I gotta do that. I have mine on Mana Box on my phone. Oh, that's where my deck builds live, so I will see. Trying to get some games tonight. The only days this week that I can't. Starting immediately as soon as stream ends at 6 p.m. Interesting, yeah, hey, that's actually good timing, but I can't today. My schedule doesn't open until after Wednesday. I have tasks I have to finish. But after that, I am so game. You're so on. You're so on. After Wednesday, you're on. I'll get you. So, this week I can't join them, but in future weeks I will, and in future weeks you all should also. I would love you all to learn to play Commander. And theoretically, next week, Jubby will be on stream at the end of the week while I'm doing art fight attacks, playing Magic while I'm doing it, probably maybe. Probably maybe. It's a loose plan right now, but we'll see. So, I believe that was all of my housekeeping that I had for now. So, is it time? It's time! To actually do the thing we're here for. Definition of Commander? Oh, Commander is Magic the Gathering. It's one of the formats in Magic the Gathering. Sorry, I guess I should specify for people who are unfamiliar with what any of the words I'm saying mean. Magic the Gathering! I am working on my Final Fantasy deck for Magic the Gathering. I've been planning it. I have a Thallid and Fungi deck also that I would love to fight you all with. So we'll see. We'll see. Isn't that so brand for me? Thallid Fungi deck for Magic the Gathering Commander. Hee hee, that'd be just like me, wouldn't it? Okay, let's go here. So how fast do you read and how long you're willing to? Yeah, the time is going to vary potentially. I can read pretty quick, but I'll be trying to read it, you know, slow and calmingly and all of those things. I'll probably read at an average pace for what an audiobook is, so this might be something where we might want to just look at a audiobook and see if it's a similar length. Yeah, Commander is a 4v4 Magic the Gathering format with a deck of 99 single cards and 1 Commander card, which is a legendary creature. Whoa. And also, technically you can play Commander with, like, unofficially. You can unofficially play Commander with less than 4 people. So, like, when I go on vacation with my family, we'll play with 3 of us sometimes if Fungi Father doesn't play. But, like, Jubby and I will just play. Just the 2 of us. 1v1. Yeah. Oh my god, we could play secret teams also if we wanted to play with more people. That could be chaotic and also fun. Hang on, I've got ideas brewing for other things. Instead, if you know what secret teams are, that would be a potentially funny thing we could do also. Yeah, so, yeah. Wait, someone bought 7 of the collector's boosters at my job and spent $530 all at once? Wait. 7 of the collector's boosters for the Final Fantasy set? For the Final Fantasy set? One of those special collector's boosters, I think, is like $800. Huh? That's insanity. I have 1. It was 90 each. Oh wait, that's not the special collector booster, is it? I thought the other one, or you mean individual packs? Because if it might have been individual packs at that price, that'd be crazy. That'd be wild. Anyways, hang on, focusing. Yeah, packs. Oh, okay, packs. Yeah. They're so expensive, and I don't think they're worth it. I watched, Joby and I watched, Tolarian, The Professor. We watched The Professor open and play his booster box game, and he did not get a return on the value, like, even close for the special, like, booster box, so, no. Anyways, here we are. Look, it's Rubric-chan! Hi, Rubric-chan. Happy Monday, Rubric-chan. This is our Rubric-chan by Umbran Witch. She is the personification of our physical rubric that we have here that we use to grade all of our VTuber designs. Look at her, she's so cute. She's so charming. I love her dual color eyes that match the horrible colors that I use for pen. But it's not horrible when it's her eyeballs. It's cute when it's her eyeballs, but not mine. Rubric-chan is so keen to critique some bugs. I know, this Rubric-chan is probably also low-key kind of bug-sized also. Pequeño. Petite little bug. Petite little Rubric-chan. Yeah. So, here's our thing. Here's our rubric. We use the rubric to attempt to be as unbiased as popular when we critique VTuber designs. When we critique VTuber designs, we have 5 categories that we critique them based on. This is my rubric that I've made because I am a teacher. Our categories are color palette, silhouette, clarity versus complexity. I got you there, I said it in reverse. Bet you didn't expect that. Focal points and concept and motifs. To get full points in color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. 2, get full points in silhouette. The silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. 2, get full points for complexity versus clarity. The model should be visually well balanced and the level of detail should support the focal point without being overzealous. For focal points to get full points, the focal points should be well executed, and those focal points are, repeat after me, the eyeballs, the face. We should first look to the face, and then we can look throughout other areas of focal interest in the design. To get full points in concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented visually in the design. I should be able to determine things like personality, motif, what your species is, what your theming is based around, just based on looking at you usually. I can also give up to 3 bonus points, 1 for having a super compelling, unique, or otherwise well executed concept, 1 for having unique, exciting art style, and 1 because I just like it. I'm permitted to just put you on the fridge. I get to have a bias category. Also, I think that was the fastest I've ever gone through the rubric in history, so can I get a round of applause for that? I'm locked in, what'd I tell you? I'm so locked in. Might have missed it, you're technically here. Wait, did I miss roll call? Honey Butter, you're here, don't worry, I see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You don't have to, you didn't have to. I'll take a bow. Don't get used to this. This is an unusual locked in EG Monday. Don't get used to this in the future. I don't know why I'm doing so well today. I wonder if I'll even have enough. I only have 6 designs pulled. We might pull some random ones at the end if we have enough time. We'll see though, if I stay this locked in. Yeah, hang on. So there's 2 other things to do before we get started. Ruku, thank you for noting. We have Gamba and we have Bingo. So first we'll do Bingo because that's easier. You would like to join our design tropes bingo game that we play when we critique designs. You can do that there. If I pin this, does it remove the other pinned message, Amber? Do you know? I don't know. So I would like them both to be pinned, but I don't know. Yes? No. No. Okay, we'll leave yours. If it removes the other pin, okay. We'll leave yours, that's more important than Bingo. Bingo we do every week, but I do actually genuinely need those suggestions. So I will, whoops, that's nice one, Bingo. I just wrote Bungo. I will just periodically try and remember, yeah, to type the command in or something. Yeah, you have Bingo in the title. Yeah, but I've never actually seen anyone use the command, I don't think. Do they? We'll see. If not, I'll just try and remember at some point when I check and update my Bingo card, I'll try and remember to type the command in the chat too, so everybody can join us if they have not. And then, oh, I do? Thank you, Amber. Amber's on top of everything. Amber's on top of all of it. The continuous never-ending thank you that I have for Amber perseveres. Thank you, Amber. Also, thank you, Wordy. Finally. Gamba. Gamba time. Let's see, so how many designs will EG get through? Your options are 4 through 8 and you have the next 30 minutes to guess. And I'm going to put it on YouTube as well. Yeah, everybody say thank you, Amber. Everybody say thank you. Let's see, how many will EG get through? Also, just really quick, fast tangent here, which is that on Saturday night when we were talking about letters, we complained about how similar capital I and lowercase L are. And Al and I both suffer the consequences of that. So many people think my name is Leegi, which Art Fight just proved all the more. I've gotten a couple attacks that have my name written as Leegi, which I think is funny. And Al also is suffering because people think that Al's name is AI, which sucks. So I would like to reach out to every font and tell them, if you don't differentiate those letters, I actually kind of hate you a little bit. Why is YouTube the poll not ever working properly for me anymore? The poll is like weirdly cut off and doesn't say what the topic is, but I guess that's fine. Dyslexic, so letters are hard. I feel letters ain't easy. Letters are tough. This is hard doing it. Yahoo! Yippee! Wow! Here we go! Rubric rapid deployment. Oh my god, wait, did I say it fast enough that we were able to clip the entirety of it? That's so funny. Huh. Wait, I'm giggling. I made a joke about the spelling of the name and you corrected me. Seriously? No! It is because you were incognito. Ryuko! Oh my gosh, yeah, the al difference is so confusing. Yeah, they're exactly the same in Twitch's font, which is heartbreaking. It's so frustrating. It looks exactly the same, which is so sad. Poll showing okay? Okay, that's good. As long as it's showing up all right, we'll let it be. I cut off your naming of the categories, then it just fits. Ah, okay. Oh boy. I gotta get it down so I can actually have an edited short of it. Recall that I have a bingo card that I made for myself for the year, and I have accomplished a bunch of things on it, but one of the things I still haven't accomplished is making an edited short of me going over the rubric. It's July. And I haven't done it. I haven't edited a long form video in like months because I just can't bring myself to do it. I don't like it. One day I'll get back to it. Someday, some way, somehow. But that today is not today. Anyways, let's get started. Because I am locked in. Locked in, EG. Gets locked in, stays locked in, takes sippy of water. And now, we're gonna get started with Ari. I have unlocked this thing now that I know that I can do. Thank you to Mr. Wilhelm Vanderboss for giving me the idea that this is even possible, because I was for so long trying to figure out how Vil was doing it for showcases of art. And then I was like, wait, you're so smart. It's just copying the background color from Clip Studio, so it is totally seamless. You can't tell where this canvas starts and ends. I love doing it. You're not gonna make me stop doing this. So transparent VTubers will always get to have this happening now, which is cool. So, starting with Ari. They, them. Sorry, Chi. Blonde hair is a reference to my IRL appearance. The design is meant to be a sort of jack-of-all-trades mechanical / spaceship worker with heavy inspiration from Star Wars. Really? Star Wars? I don't know if I would have guessed Star Wars for this just by looking at it, which is kind of interesting. I feel like Star Wars is much more minimalistic and sleek, maybe, but I guess I may also be being misled by the fact that I feel like I associate Star Wars with, yeah, like more grunge and also full limb coverage. I feel like with Star Wars, unless we're talking like Bikini Leia, we don't really tend to get all that much skin a lot of the time. Yeah, full body plastic armor, robes, cloaks, yeah. Long, long ago in a galaxy far away. Also, hi Selma, I see that you're here. Also, hi Inksweet, I see that you're here. But yeah. Anyways, colors are pretty. So, should we get us started? Color design? Fine. I don't have any trouble clarifying the edges of different objects against each other. That's a-okay. Works out for me. No trouble with color. And like, this is the kind of thing I've had it so much on my mind talking about Arknights. This is how you can make an interesting color palette using predominantly dark colors with white as your kind of secondary color. Where here we have black, but it's not really black. It's not truly black. This is a dark navy blue in the shorts. And then we have other pops of color that are not just monochromatic with this darker blue. We have oranges, we have blues and teals of different undertones, the hair being gold in its undertone, and the orange. It makes for a really nice color palette. This is like almost split complementary here, but I could maybe just call it complementary, blue to orange maybe. But this is like the thing that I yearn for so badly in gacha games, so Ari, props to you for having that. Yeah. Hang on. Adam from Mythbusters did talk about how they defined the difference from Star Wars by having wire and less complete, sleek ship styles. Interesting. Okay, Adam Savage. I'm intrigued to... I gotta watch more things from him specifically. I feel like I have not heard that man's voice in too long currently, because Joby and I finished all of Mythbusters. I gotta watch more of Tested? I gotta watch more of it. Depends. Stormtroopers, clone troopers were in plastoid. Yeah. This count as unusual clothes cutouts. How unusual should a cutout be to count? I would say that U-shaped belly cutout is maybe kind of atypical. Like, an unusual clothing cutout is one that if you were to maybe go walk around at a mall, it's the one that it's one you would not see. So like, cold shoulder tops aren't unusual. Even these days, having that sort of central oval cutout right about here isn't unusual. But I would say U-shaped tummy cutout is kind of unusual. So like for me, I would say that for my bingo, this is kind of tech wear. Socks do match. There are wings, I do see that. Oh, if we're doing Star Wars, I would check needs more dirt. There are thigh highs. There are not hair vents. This fella is wearing a hat also, which I am here for. No clown or jester. Okay, I don't get a ton of bingo points here for me. But it does, yeah, feel sort of whimsical and sci-fi mechanic. I feel like for a mechanic also, I do want you to be a little bit more grunged up. I want to see if you've been getting your hands dirty. You're working hard. Where's the oil smear on your fingies? Where is the clarity that you've been working hard on things, like the towel tucked into your belt, or, you know, your tools somewhere at the ready on you with sort of like one of those like half-body tool belt things. Yeah, I do see Fifth Element. Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, this is giving, at least at the very least, it is sort of giving space, sort of like futuristic tech wear, even like the vibe of future tech I think is working for it. But if we do want it to be specific to a Star Wars reference, there may be some things we might need to modify about it so that it will feel that way. And also I think Star Wars, particularly 2, is not as colorful. It's more muted. A lot of the color in Star Wars is happening just in the weaponry. The colors don't tend to be quite so vibrant, and I think that's one of the other things that might make it feel less Star Wars-y currently. But yeah, too sparkly, too clean. Get your hands dirty, fella. Let me grab like a dark color, and maybe I'll see if I can like hue shift it warmer to have like some sort of like oil slick or like brown undertoned like oil stuff that we could have in like the hands or something. Hang on. Like, this would be one of those fantastic opportunities for one of my favorite tropes, which is the fingers that are darker at the tips but then get lighter. Because right now the arms, they are completely symmetrical and they're big old chunks of a light color. Meanwhile, if we added some sort of dark tips or even like just like some oil of some sort that's kind of on the arms in some manner, that might be interesting. And then you didn't specify what kind of insect you are, but you do have antennas and wings. If there was a particular insect you're referencing and they have particular like body patterns or things like that, you could reference it in whatever we're doing with some of this like oil that I'm putting on your body. And it's just like a clever, quiet little thing to do. Yeah. Grease monkey fingies. Let me tell you, even working in printmaking, your hands get so dirty so quickly. And anytime I had to do any kind of repair work on the presses, 900% chance that whatever I was wearing that day was ruined. So I appreciate wanting to be prim and proper and clean, and we had mad respect for this really mad lad who would wear white suits but just a little bit of grunge can really go a long way to adding some warmth to a character, where suddenly you're a little more relatable too by the fact that, like, I mean, I'm not doing a very good job at doing a grungy pattern right now. My brush is too friendly and round, but just make it a little messier. Or even like you could have like dust on the legs from having to like kneel down to be under things. My favorite thing that you have included, however, I feel like I always say this for mechanics and stuff like that. I love practicality, and having some sort of knee guard is one of my favorite things for mechanics to include, because you're gonna be kneeling down a lot and your knees will hurt if you don't. But I do think they could use to be scaled up a little bit. Give me a little more exaggeration, please. Just a little bit, just a little bit. So EG did scale up an accessory. You can have that for bingo. There we go. And then I was going to just like put a little bit of like light dust or something on the legs, because we can also have like, if you have dust or something else like that, or like the grime, it can almost feel like it's cosmic too, depending on how dark it is. So then we're getting some of that, like, interstellar star-like reference happening too. I should really just use a brush that does this for me to give us a better idea of it more quickly, but I feel like that'll just be enough. But just subtle little texture things might be nice. Yeah, protect your knees. Yeah, scuff them up or put on the knee pads for sure. And even you could, like, scuff these up too, where, like, like, these could even have, like, you know, gashes or something in them so that we can tell that, like, these aren't fresh, brand new. Give them a couple little scratches. Honestly, that might be sort of nice to do kind of throughout where you have these metal parts, just so that we can tell that they aren't perfect and prim and proper with some little, like, notches or just some, like, scratches or something. That adds a lot of life to things. Nice stars I can think of. Some of the girlies from the Rebels, funny animated show with added cutouts. Oh, do they really have that? They have, they have cutouts in their clothing. I usually appreciate some of the Star Wars designs being more practical, so that's funny to me that they did that in some way. Also, Alex the Viper, thank you for following. I'm sorry, I'm a little late reading that. I just remembered that I can look over there, potentially. Workers in the Resistance wear helmets that have orange. That is true. The Resistance does have a little bit more color. They do have a lot more orange, you're right. But not as many colors, maybe. Yeah, I love the roundness, kind of want a little bit of sharp, I don't know. That is true also. I think there is a nice amount of round, smooth shapes and forms here that makes this character very friendly to us. But then having the angularity in these floating, like, holographic wings and antennas is nice. I do wonder if maybe I want a little bit more of it too. And some of those little bits where I've sort of scuffed them up a little bit. We gotta be careful about pronouns. I've scuffed them up a little bit. Is probably good. Probably in the right direction for us. Hi, Manzana! Welcome back! It's orange because of the prisoners, right? Oh, I guess it could be. That would make sense. Outside with evil, stop making them look cooler, man. Empire's just cooler and everything. See, here's the problem with that, is that also the fashion that the Empire is based on also looks cool despite being horrible and terribly evil. So the way to get away with having that in any amount of media is make the evil people have that fashion. But man, yeah, it is cool, and I hate that cool fashion design was made for really evil people, historically in our world we live in. Also, rebel slander? Why are we slandering rebels? The rebels look fine. They're fine, I'm not slandering them. But there is something to be said about, like, dark, menacing costume work also, potentially. Yeah. Or if classic, if evil, why hot? Yeah. If evil, why hot? But, like, can be evil and hot. People like a little bit of ambiguity, right? At their peak. I know, Star Wars has some very good character design in some places. I feel like I've talked before about my, you know, my redhead ordeal. I don't really care about Star Wars that much, but I did watch Vinny Vinesauce play, oh, what is the game? Jedi Fallen Order? Is that the one? Jedi Fallen Order, I think? I watched Vinny Vinesauce play Jedi Fallen Order in, like, 2018, back when that game came out, and I was like, I am immediately attached to this redhead. Yeah, oh, is there a second one? Wait, is there a second one? Survivor? I thought it was Fallen Order. There's like, yeah, it is Cal Kestis, yes. What? Joey's gonna hear me say that. Joey made fun of me because I was attached to Cal Kestis just minorly, in the way of, like, poor fella, he's suffering. I just want him to be okay. There's two? What the heck? I gotta see if Vinny played the second one. That's crazy. Anyways, focus. But redheads, good. Star Wars character design, also sometimes good. Yeah, Fallen Order was the first one. Oh, bye Haunted Butter, thank you for something, bye. Hate Star Wars, we keep getting like a billion figures of them that are impossible to figure out who has what prop, and then no one buys them and they're just trapped staring. Lighthearted. Moss Cake, I'm sorry, you're trapped with infinite Star Wars figurines. That is definitely a very particular issue to have. Are they Funko props? I feel like that'd be a very specific thing they could be. WRX Bunny, also thank you for following. Hi, Cloud. Hi, Clouds. Oof, yeah, okay, anyways, so, focusing. Concept-wise, I want you to dirty yourself up a little bit more, just a little bit, so I can tell that you're a hard-working fella. As far as colors go, you're pretty good. For silhouette, I think silhouette is where we're gonna have the single thing that I would point out as being weak about this, which is, looks into the camera, you're completely symmetrical. You, and not fully me, but also kind of me too. You and me, kind of both. I need more asymmetry, as do you. Just a little bit, please, maybe. Even like the way that the hair is drawn is perfectly symmetrical, and the pose is misleading us into making it feel just a little bit looser, but I would like just a little more asymmetry. I guess that a lot of Star Wars is also very symmetrical if I'm thinking about it, but that's because it's armor. And armor does tend to be symmetrical just for the sake of manufacturing ease, but you're not potentially, you're not especially armored. So like, there are a couple of things we could do that would be as simple as like, hang on, bear with me. As simple as going like this and saying, okay, what if this orange strap, instead of coming out around that hip, let me clean this up, comes out and goes around the other hip, like goes like this too. So then they're both going around the same side, right? Maybe? And then that's just one subtle asymmetrical thing. What if, I'm trying to think of what other things I would do, just like off the noggin, like one of these things could be longer than the other, or maybe you could have something clipped onto one of them. It could be acting in some manner slightly differently, right? Just give me a little more asymmetry, please. Literally watching your video on VTuber design critiques right now. Hi, thank you for following Lithium Soda. See if a streamer is live, find you. Hi, it's me, you found me. I hope you enjoyed the video, but also I am live, true. Hello. To be fair, most mechanic suits are also symmetrical for manufacturing, especially in a mass production sense. That is true also, but then again, like, that's why I'm trying to asymmetrize just maybe accessories then. That usually ends up being the easiest way of adding asymmetry, where we have these cute little, almost bug-like wristbands on each side, and maybe you don't have to have matching wristbands on both sides of the body. Maybe, you know, you've got these little like earpiece cone things. Maybe one of your earpiece cones has like an antenna on one side or something, so that we can tell these are like headphones and they're how you're communicating or something. You know, but like, wait, we can't see that. Hang on. Meep. Wah. But then that's just a subtle asymmetrical accessory. Some kind of hologram jewelry. Ooh, that might be neat. If instead of having these on this side of the body, we could do hologram jewelry that matches the hologram style bug things happening elsewhere. I would say that might be an interesting angle to attempt. Let me just color over this real fast quick so we can just try that out. But I do just yearn for a little bit more. The design feels just a tad bit stiff to me because it's all so consistent right now. But if I go like this, weep, whap, and then I don't really know. I'm trying to think of what how I would make the hologram jewelry. Right now I'm just gonna make it two just kind of simple bands. But you could do something more clever with it that does reference bugs in some way. Or like, wait, hang on. Wait, if I went like this, then it's mimicking your wings a little bit, right? Maybe. But then yeah, so having some kind of holographic jewelry could be really interesting, just to give a little bit more variety. So we're not exactly the same right to left. Could have something attached to one of these little things here. Could have tools on the person, add a couple little accessories. But I just think we just need to break up the symmetry a little bit. Yeah, a few tools in a pouch or belt. I have loved putting the, like, one side of the leg belt thing on VTubers recently. We've looked at a lot of mechanics, I feel like, in recent time. But, like, you could have, like, a one side of the leg, hang on, tool belt situation, where over here, instead of having that diamond to add more asymmetry, you have your tools strapped into something on one hip, and then, like, you can run it through the body if you really want to. But maybe it's just attached to this thing, and then it buckles across here. And then that's where you stick your wrench or your funny plasma tools that you use in the far-off future. Put a little, like, buckle or something on here. Maybe I could even repeat this buckle then again. And then give it its, like, antennas. Yeah, repetition. Whoop, and then. But then that'll loosen you up a little bit to have done that. Still wrenches, but with small laser cutters, welders. Ah, maybe the logo on the shoulder or thigh. Logo. Oh, this one? The one that's like the small little numbers and stuff like that. That could be interesting if it was like, you know. I like this font. It's interesting. I've been thinking a lot about fonts and letters as a result of the collab over the weekend. Oh. And I've become really hyper aware. Shroommates, can you just real quick, I'm just gonna tangent us just for one thing real quick because I looked at the number there. Can you draw the number 7 for me? And put it in live suggestions. Draw the number 7 for me. Just draw 7. I just want to see a 7. Just draw 7. Please, I beg of you. Also, hi Huushi. Yeah, that, you can tell I only see a bag as a bag. Leg pouch. Yeah, leg pouch. Give me leg pouch. 7? Yes, the number 7. Don't write the word 7. Just draw a 7, however you write a 7. Please, just for me. I'm asking this kindly. Yeah, can't find my tab? Selma, woo, I'm haunting your computer. You'll never find me. I'm hiding. What color hair do I have? White hair, red eyes hiding in your Wi-Fi. Oh, DD Head, thank you for the bits. That was very kind of you, I appreciate it. Is there a way for us to go back and change our submission? Now that I've watched you do them live, I can imagine the questions you might ask. I'd like to add some for you. If you resubmit, if you do exclamation point critique, you are welcome to resubmit. And when I find people, I always pull, as best as I can, the most recent version they have submitted. As long as you are submitting under the same name, I should be able to very easily just pull your more recent submission, yeah. Yeah. How's the visual weight doing? That is another good question. We will address that also. I was still putting little things on here so we can tell that this is like a belt of some sort holding. I am just drawing a basic wrench. This is just a wrench. Draw a more interesting wrench probably, but just so that we remember that we wanted to put tools on here, that's a wrench being held onto the leg. Squeiji, you can call me Squeiji. Let me see, did you guys draw 7s for me? I just want to see how you draw 7s. I'm just intrigued. Draw me a 7. Live suggestions. Oh, perfect, thank you, okay. Moss cake, okay, E, okay. Interstellar eyes, okay. Ah, okay. So there's one of you who draws 7s like me, or almost draws 7s like me. I draw 7s doing the most work physically possible, and I was just curious about this. The way that I write a 7 is like that a lot of the time. If I'm doing it for the critiques, I might just be doing it like that, but when I'm doing like actual notation, when I'm writing and not rushing, if I'm writing notes, I always hook and cross it because this makes it totally indisputably a 7 and you cannot confuse this with any other one. Yeah, it is kind of a reverse F. Wait, Incinna, do you do that too? Yeah, emo 7. This is my edgy emo 7. Never considered the hook, gotta start that. Yeah, so I just wanted to see, because in the Discord, I see people who do just the simple, like, just 2 lines. There's a couple people who cross, and then, I think Kate is the only one, you're the closest to how I draw, because you hook it, but yours doesn't cut all the way across. Oh wait, Selena! You and me, we do, yeah, same. Selena does it the 7 the same way I do. Hook and full cross. It's the most intense, overzealous way of doing it. It's fine. Also, if any of you write the number 4 like that, I'd be intrigued to know. I go like that. Or I two-step it. Presses are short, usually because I'm lazy. That's fine. I was just curious. I'm glad to know I'm not alone because I was being self-conscious. I do triangle 4? Interesting. Always do it like that most of the time. Upper part after the hook is hanging like hanger material. Same for us. Yeah! Yeah! I do it rushed and messy. Do you hook the 5? Do I? That's a backwards 5. I do. If I'm drawing it here, I don't tend to because I'm rushing. But like when I write, if I'm just writing, like, yeah. It is. And I think that's because I'm trying to differentiate it from S, probably. Because when I draw 5s fast, they just kind of end up being just too S-shaped otherwise. Draw some letters backwards for you. That's interesting. Okay. I did draw it backwards first, and I think it's because I was focusing too hard on drawing them. Do you add the little hook baseline on 1s or just line for you? 1s are like that if I'm drawing them for like actual notation. When I draw them here, I just do that. It's my big old brush, they're not legible all the time. But when I'm writing for like chem purposes, it was always hook because that's what we had to do, so we knew it wasn't a capital I or a lowercase l. Not to complain about that ever again. Yeah, brevity, yeah, that's why I draw mine with a hook too, yeah. Okay, anyway, sorry. I did tangent just really quick about that because I looked at the 7 right here. We'll focus back up. Anyways, interesting off one side belt kind of thing maybe, or some kind of pouch to hold your equipment, maybe. Selly, I've never drawn that letter willingly. I've never written that letter. I've drawn S set, but I've never drawn that. 2 writing debuffs, ADHD and left-handed. No! Oh, 9. Is your 9 like that? My 9 is like that. I wish my 9 was upside down 6, but I don't draw 9s like that. You guys have seen me draw letters a lot, theoretically. Anyways, so where were we here? We talked about color being good. We want more asymmetry. As far as visual weight goes, somebody brought this up also. If I were to just draw what the exterior shape of this is, of the body, it's kind of going like this ever so slightly. We're bowing out at the waist just a little bit, but there's not a ton of visual weight happening. And by visual weight, I mean there being a major point of contrast in the silhouette or a part that is wider or much narrower than the rest. And I do think that that might be a missed opportunity here, where I do like how quaint and cute the little wings are, but if they were really big, then suddenly we've got visual weight up here. If down here we made these things much wider and stick out off the body a lot more, you could almost make them like Saturn's rings-esque by making them float. But if they were sticking out off the body a whole bunch more, and then like all of our tools here, like if you had a giant, like, I don't know, fantasy drill mounted to your waist, this is a drill. Please trust and believe that this is a drill. That's a drill. If you had a giant fantasy drill attached to your waist or something, then we're adding some more width around the hip area, so then that would add some visual weight there. You could also, instead of having it around the hips, you could make the feet bigger and chunkier, give you some almost like moon boot style shoes, if you don't want the hips to be accented. This kind of counts as EG scaling feet up, but like, what if the shoes were like, hang on, I'll redraw those chords across it. Like this. And we made them real big and exaggerated. Space boots, space boots. Let's gold back on the trim. That's not the color gold. Hang on, try again, EG. Got this. Yeah, there we go. Then that'll add some visual weight to the lower part of the design, but I do think we just need a little bit more visual weight somewhere, potentially. Yeah. Nay, shroommates are like wizards? Ow. Yeah, classic EG shoe embiggering. That is a thing I'm known to do. Mega Man feet. But Mega Man feet are so cool. They're so good in exaggeration, and they're so good for Mega Man's silhouette. We could add just a little bit of that maybe, right? Potentially. I feel like we just need a little bit. Somewhere we need an embiggening of something. We need an exaggeration of something to add to the shapes. For the hips, you could make these things be much more exaggerated and have like more that they're adding to the silhouette. As far as armor goes, that could be an option. Like, what if you had almost like a back brace of armor? So that way, you know, you're a mechanic. Oh, wait. I've thought of a thing. I've thought of something. Would this be crazy? Would it be too crazy? For the back view. Hear me out here. Mechanics. One of the things mechanics need to do a lot is slide under objects on their back. This is cool and all where these are hooking into the center ring at the back, but they could hook into the center ring of what I'm making also. I'm thinking of what if you had some sort of like back pad or like back platform back here that's connected to these hip things that has wheels on it. So that way you can roll yourself directly under whatever it is that you're working on and it's attached to you. And then you could like design this all up and have that ring be connected to it. Like this is just a basic square right now, but like it could even easily have like, okay, what if like funny little cutout and then that, put your skin back in here, but then like that ring that was there could hang in here and then the orange could still attach to it and you could have like probably even more detailing, like you could have your little like weep 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 across the top, but then you have wheels. These are wheels, I promise. I swear to you, these are wheels. So that it's practical. Right? Maybe? Question mark? How would you show it for the front? I would probably want it to just extend out past the frame of the body, probably more than this. It might just need to be bigger. And this is one of those things where like it is clever and it does suck in VTuber design that nobody ever sees the back to some degree, but it could just be larger so that way it's showing in these gaps along the side. And maybe, because we're doing future tech, it doesn't have to be opaque either. We could probably see through it, maybe. I don't know. If Star Wars inspired, could have a low to the ground hovering thing instead of wheels. Yeah, it could. It could have like almost like a jetpack-like effect happening, but like going out towards us. What if it were a bit rounded to look like a beetle shell? Yes, yes. This is what I'm talking about. Beetle shell. Probably I need to make it bigger so that way we could see some of it from the front. But like, I feel like I've cooked with this idea. I feel like this is potentially a cool idea to have in a design. And then we could design this up further so that it looks more like a shell in some capacity. Spring-loaded wheel just cause cool. Yeah, why not? There could be any number of things happening. I'm just gonna go like this and have that represent the thing that is going to be lifting you off the ground so you're not touching, and maybe you could have like little ones too or something on it. I don't know. But beetle. What bug is Ari meant to be? Is that important? That's true. Ari did not specify. So if they are a beetle, this would probably be something that might be good. Obviously, if they're a beetle, we could even bisect this so that it looks like the wing, like casing almost, or like the shell that goes over the wings. They are giving me beetle because of how straight the antenna is, but I don't know if we had anything more particular than that. So that would, I guess, be a question for them. But it's an idea that's out there, and if any of you are mechanics, give yourself something on your back. Not Elytra. Not quite, not quite. Looks like a crewmate? No, not crewmate. Not crewmate, acting sussy, no. Omnidirectional wheels, but that'd be too busy. Honestly, any of these things could be options, potentially. And I would be here for any of those things. But all I really wanted was to have something that shows up around this area, maybe. Or just something that adds to the theming, potentially, as well. But more exaggeration somewhere in the silhouette. Big ol' moon boots, more things happening on the waist, maybe the wings get bigger or the hat is bigger. Just exaggerate something, maybe. Reflective materials when they work in construction zones. I was kind of assuming that these orange bands might be reflective, but if they aren't, that could also be good to do too. Someone does a bunch of tinkering, wants some tools, small pouch with sci-fi wrenches, arm-mounted diagnostic tool or the likes. Ooh, arm-mounted like diagnostic tool could be cool. Like if this thing here had like, you know, wait. Like what if this had like, you know, that like tractor beam, like scanner kind of thing that some media will have. Hang on, let me erase that out. And then make it less opaque. But like this could be your little diagnostic armband thing. If I made it higher, then it could have like actual information on it too, where we can take readings. I'm using an airbrush when I really should not be. We can like take readings of whatever it is that's happening and read them back on like a screen here or something. That could be neat. Yeah, I'm so here. We're having a lot of good suggestions today. It seems like not only am I locked in, but everyone else is locked in too, and I'm really happy about it. But yeah, little projector beam thing to take our logistics. Why is EG glitching? Am I glitching? Hello? Help, help. Is my digital existence failing today? Is my body falling apart at the seams? Are the numbers, are the zeros and ones coming out? Okay, now they are. Now my zeros and ones are leaking, but interesting. All good? Oh, Whooshy, that might be you. It might just be you. There we go. Mini computer on lower arm. Yeah, so anyways, silhouette things, we want a little bit more. We did want a little more, things that are pointing in the direction of what your concept is. Two little headlamps look like bug eyes. I was already kind of reading these stars that are up here as being that, but honestly, if they were more rounded, maybe we would read it like that faster. I know they're trying to be stars right now for the outer space aesthetic, but like if I just round them out a little bit more, they become more eye-like. And if instead of having those crosses on them, they were faceted, then they could also be, yeah, like two little like lamps on the side of the head, but also more like bug eyes. So let me just go like this and say like I'm just drawing like faceting very quickly. Because you know how flies have that thing where their eyes almost look like crystals because they are faceted? Like that would be neat. And then they can emit some light. Seeing some eye twitches while ED draws. Oh yeah, when I look down, it's always a challenge for my tracking to do a good job, but usually it holds up as best as it can. I do adore this design, loving the color palette. Me too. I am also loving the color palette. I am so refreshed seeing so many colors. How could we forget? Mechanics of big welding goggles. Yeah, that could also be an opportunity. Yeah, welding goggles or something. I kind of like the bug hat having eyes on it, and I don't want to overcrowd like the neck area too much, but welding goggles could be a good opportunity also, if you would like, if you'd be interested in that. But generally, I think the things to start grading are, as far as colors go, we're very happy with your color palette. No concerns. Silhouette is where we're feeling a little bit of tension in that we would like more asymmetry, and I would like more weight in your silhouette. Complexity versus clarity, you got a good balance of detail here. You're not over-designed, but you have enough detail to feel like you are unique to yourself and that the clothing is attuned to you as a person. Concept of motifs, I think we're feeling that you could push the mechanic thing a decent bit further, where I feel like a lot of the hints aren't as strong as they could be, and we want you to dirty yourself up just a little bit more. A little more detail, a little more dirt, a little more grunge, bringing that symmetry, finding clever angles to incorporate the mechanic ordeal and merge that with the bug-like elements. Yeah, compound eyes. Yeah, that was the word I wanted earlier. Compound eyes. Yes, yes. So, I think we talked about everything other than a ladder and focal points. So, let me get rid of all of my edits, just fast, quick. Put you back to the way you were once upon a time. There we go. Oh, how things have changed by my hand. Oh, okay, I guess I'm still not allowed to have color fully. Oh, there we go. Hello? Hi. Is that not working properly? It's kind of working. There we go. Let's do ladder test. It would help if I drew the lines where they go. Hang on. Hang on. What is up with my aim right now? Usually I'm pretty good. Oh my god. Hello? My aim is not right today, so if you guys want to throw stuff at me, I won't be able to defend myself as well, apparently, it seems like. Ooh, did I draw that directly onto the model? I might have. Whoopsie. One, like, here for the underside of these things, and also for the wrist stuff. Top of the hips. There's probably, like, two right here. There's one for the bottom of the sleeves. There's one for this area. I'm not gonna draw two for that. It's pretty thin. Top of the shoulders. There's this like white thing in the chin. Wow! Hey, are you trying to torture me while I'm not looking? That's not nice. What was this line for that I just drew? Is it for this? I think. And then top of those plus eyes. Hat. Top. Oop, hang on. Top of hat. Oop, hang on. Top of hat. And then top of antennas. Okay. Sure, mates? Grab your ladders. Star Wars fans, grab your... I almost said laser pointers. Grab your lightsabers. Doctor Who... What is it? Grab your sonic screwdrivers. What is that copy pasta from Tumblr? I forget how that goes. Amber, you and Oddpodge are my Tumblr knowers. How does that copy pasta go? The Super Hulockians, grab your screwdrivers and your the telephone booths and your something else. Like, I don't remember what it was. What do you grab if you're a Supernatural fan? Managed to purge it from my mind. That's what I'm learning is I have too. Despite having read it so many times, it's been fully purged from me. Guns? Maybe. Hulockians? Are you not familiar with Super Hulock? I'll see your TARDIS. Oh yeah, TARDIS, not your phone booth. I prove that I don't know these things very well. Oh, I said ready your ladders, not throw them. Hold your horses. Uma Musume fans, hold your horses. There's the ladder. Here's the ladder. Now you can throw your ladders. Now I will accept them. Your category says just chatting. It does. It's meant to. Thank you. Oof, ouch for ladders. My category is just chatting because I'm not really, I'm doing more talking than drawing, and the art that we see before us is not art that I made. Ow. Oof. Oh, jeez. I am being burdened by the weight of ladders, and it seems like there's actually a variety of different ones being thrown at me here. Oof. Ouchie. I need to get a collision sound from when the ladders hit me, like when the fish slaps me. I would say that this is like just on the edge of acceptable as far as ladders go. This ladder is not as dangerous as I would maybe like want it to be, but it's not bad. There's some variety in spacing down here, a little bit of variety in spacing, but some of this does get to be a little bit samey in the gaps between rungs. And then similar up here, there's some similarities in the gaps between rungs. Yeah. Can I send the whole copy pasta? Oddpodge, if the chat word limit will let you, yes. I permit it because it's topic relevant, go for it. And then I will read it. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Potterheads, grab your wands. Hoovians, hop in your TARDISes. Supernatural fans, get the shotguns. Sherlockians, hire your consulting criminal tributes? What? Knock an arrow, Avengers fans. Assemble Lord of the Rings fans. Unsheath Sting. We've got a few people to track down. Oh, the beginning. That's the one I was looking for. I didn't know it started like that, but yeah, fascinating. Why was I even saying that? Oh, Shroomates, grab your ladders. Oh, your sidekick for the Sherlock thing. You'd be surprised. I have never participated in any of the Super Hulock. I've never watched any of those series at all. So is Star Wars not even in it? It wasn't, and that's what made me think of it. But Lord of the Rings Sting is there, I guess, yeah. There were definitely addendums. There were addendums that made it longer. They just aren't present. Anyways, I would say that ladder is just barely on the side of what I'm willing to accept, but it would be better. Some of the changes we've made here adds much greater diagonal movement. The shoes being bigger would change the shaping up a little bit more. The ladder could be more dangerous, and some of the things we've done here, changing the way the wrists are, adding a line down here, is making this ladder more dangerous, which we do need. And then focal point. I guess I should have asked that before I turned everything back on because I changed a bunch of stuff and this drill is kind of distracting right now. But the focal point for me was the face before, because we've got these two dark objects, the hat and sort of the collar area of the shirt, sandwiching the face, which is the largest, flattest plane of this peach color. And then the gold that is in the hair really only happens in that amount, in that, I guess, quantity around the face. The eyes are really nice and bright blue, so they've got good contrast. So I would say that the face was pretty focal for me. I didn't really have any complaints about focal point here. And then sort of secondarily, if the face wasn't focal, these really bright teal pops that are happening around the face, framing it, also really bring us in, and the directionality of them as well, where these lines are shooting me down into the face. These lines are bringing me into the center. So they're all working together to keep the face at the forefront of what we're looking at here. So I think it works. Yeah. Freighter captains, grab your Wookiee co-pilots, question mark? Good luck grabbing them. I think Wookiees are well known for being rather large and rather stubborn. Yeah. Oh, hi Ophelia. Senpai? What are you, my senpai? I'm sensei. I don't know if I'm senpai. I've never been called senpai before. That's interesting. You're gonna be the one grabbed. Yeah, if you mess with the Wookiees, you will be the one getting grabbed, I would imagine. But I would say focal points, go about there. I also liked your design a lot. I thought you were very charming. So what is this? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10? That's a good strong start for us there. Yay! I'm also so happy to be back in like big number zone after critiquing only games where I tend to be harsher. Yeah, 9 out of 10! Oh, also, Silk Suzu, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I've enjoyed getting to rotate, and I'm honored that you only get one of those Prime subs a month, and I'm honored you do it for me. Thank you. Teach me your ways, EG Sensei. I should get a like beard toggle, like a very sensei-y, like long beard, like mustache or something toggle. I can use that for Santa in the winter. Wait, I have a Santa beard. Hang on, wait, stop, hang on. I'm gonna be sensei. Wait. Nope, don't load avatar. Do I still have it? Hang on. Nope. I can have Honkai Impact 3rd hair, which is not what I'm looking for. That's a fox. No, merch, no merch. No, merch, no, head pat, googly eyes, pigtails, nope, party hat. Hang on, I'm gonna go back in time. There it is. Yes, it is Squiiji Sensei. Squiiji Sensei is my senpai. That's strange. Can I do both? Am I sensei in the streets and senpai in the sheets? Question mark? I don't know what we mean by that. Oh wow, this is, wow, truly a vibe now. I am truly a wizard at this point. You're a wizard, Squiiji. Been binging your YouTube videos, glad to catch your live stream. I hope you've been enjoying the videos. Thank you. Question mark. Have I confused you all? I am not Dumbledore, I don't participate in Harry Potter. I am instead the ultimately superior wizard in all ways of Gandalf. I'm Gandalf, clearly. Yeah, be gone, Harry Potter. I'm Gandalf, the superior wizard, okay? In every way, the much cooler one. Are you the sensei from Club Penguin? What? Huh? Squeegee Dolph? EG Dolph? Yeah, Gandalf the Shroom. I can like stroke my beard. I'll leave my beard on while I'm GG. And then we'll ban it again. Gandalfiji? Gandalfiji, maybe? That actually sounds too close to another name, maybe. I'll think of something. Gandalf the Blue? Gandalf the Shroom? I'll figure something out. Ganondorf, yeah, not quite Ganondorf. Fiji, no, not quite. Mycelium Master, yes, my pupils. It is I, Mycelium Master. Gandalf would approve of a small mushroom-obsessed creature looking up to him. He would! Tom Bombadil would also approve of me quite heavily, yeah. Summertime EG who's called Fiji. Oh my god. Summertime EG who is themed like the water bottle also. Do you know the Fiji water where it's that really nice, like transparent blue color with the pinks? Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yeah. If you're curious though, in the Japanese scene, it's not uncommon for fans, commissioners to call artists with sensei as a sign of respect, recognizing that artists have mastered their craft. Whoa. Oh, I am EG Sensei. Oh, thank you. This started because someone called me senpai, though. I don't really think I'm much of like an older student to you guys, although I do pretend to be a student in class sometimes on the first day just to trick my students because I look young enough to be one of them and I don't dress all that incredibly professionally. I'm an art teacher, I don't have to. But yeah, we have derailed just a little bit, but we did finish a design critique, so we'll keep moving, don't worry. I'd get a little yaff in, okay? Just a little yaff as a treat. Flag me down when GG's gone so that way I can take my beard off. It's a little stuffy in here. It's a little hard to breathe in the summer with all this hair on my face. Next, we have Alex. She, her, Sobakyu. She is based on a pink comet moth, which I don't even have to Google because this is exactly what it looks like. That is what that looks like. Yeah, we can chant moth, yes. By accident, I called you senpai. Oh, that's okay. You're good. It just made me laugh. Love it, right? This is another one of those designs where the wings, by feeling almost dress-like, are really pretty. And then having this sort of like moth neck fluff up here is very cute. Very, very cute. So, first things first, right off the bat, silhouette, Lovely. Delectable. Big, giant, exaggerated wings. Fantastic. This is what I'm talking about when we're saying visual weight. If I were to draw where the visual weight is sitting here, just to sort of outline it and make it clear to you, do we see how there's this big, giant triangle happening in the upper half? And we've got a smaller inverted triangle happening in the lower half? This contrast in the silhouette is very nice. Look at this down here. That's crazy. I would say, for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, this is going to be a recognizable silhouette. Even like the fact that the hair is adding things to it, as well as these little antennas, good. We love to see it. And also the fact that the hair isn't drawn perfectly symmetrically. That is always one of my like favorite things to see, is just that extra couple minutes of time it takes to just, you know, same overall general shape, but we've made the peaks ever so slightly different. The hair is clumped, not in the exact same manner. Thank you. I have a feeling that Alex is a shroomate who has listened to me or who just has good intuition, and I'm thanking you for it. Thank you. Is good. So buck you. Thank you. There a mushroom? Who, me? Who, me? Yeah. Head silhouette's pretty good too. Yeah, the head silhouette is good. This little area in here where it cuts real far in so we can get a little bit of the top of the shoulder. Mwah. Love it. We love to see it. I really think like exaggerated wolf cut and like jellyfish cut are such good haircuts for character design because they let the upper part of the shoulders breathe and add to silhouette. But then we can still have long hair elsewhere that's adding more to the silhouette. It's so good. Now I'm just an old man, and now that I see this, I really should have worn this on Saturday. I really should have worn this on Saturday because then it truly would have been 3 old men crit. Or 3 old men talk about letters. I have regrets. I will inform them of this. But let me get rid of these. I don't need this beard right now anymore. I'm done being old. I will shed. I will return to my youth. No, I will not tell you where the fountain of youth is. It's a secret that only mushrooms can have. Only I may drink the sweet, sweet waters that allow me to reverse my aging. Are bug VTuber designs just a naturally superior choice? Honestly, this is a topic that relates. Hey. Hey, what have you done with my hair? I need that. Also, hi, Alex. This is, all I'm like talking about this, I'll tangent slightly, just because this is related to what we're talking about. I do think that there are particular concepts that can predispose you to having stronger design as long as you are playing with the elements of them properly. I think insects particularly predispose you to having strong design because they add something that, as far as VTubers go, can be mounted to the head. They add something that can be attached to the back. They have very clear motif and color associated with them. Because I think that a lot of animals like cat, dog, stuff like that, aren't inherently as strong because the only things that we really can add based on them, sometimes just based on the animal itself, is just a little bit of patterning maybe. So they don't really give us as much variety of things we can add, and the stuff that we do add based on cat or dog tends to be really heavily cliched at this point of cat, put a bell on, dog, put some paw prints and a bone, like. But with insects, because there's not that much of like the prevalent, you know, cultural interpretation, there's not really that strong of an association between an insect and sort of like a secondary thing like a bell with a cat or like a bone with a dog. We can kind of insert our own things into it where we can pick fashion or other motifs to couple them with, and I think that's giving it more versatility. So I think that might be why the insect designs do end up being quite strong when we look at them on stream, is because they are not pulling so much from other designs that exist. They're usually inventing things that are fresher in some manner. Yeah, so there's not as many bugs as well, which may also help them stand out. But there's other concepts that I think do work similarly. Like we were seeing, like some of the food-based VTuber designs also provide similar, but also more like maybe silly opportunities for cleverness in design that are not as common. So I do think that that is working to the benefit here. Also, Alex the Dumb, thank you for following also. Mean it was fake? What was fake, Callie? No fake. There's no fake. What do you mean? A yellow pink reminds me of vanilla banana and strawberry pudding. It does. The colors are yummy here. They're very delicious. I will say I do have a little bit of clarity trouble with some of the white on white that's happening, but that is okay. Wasn't Monarch a monarch butterfly? Is Monarch a monarch butterfly? I feel like Monarch has been so many things that I don't remember what Monarch is originally at this point. As I feel like dog and cat designs don't use the actual breeds as design point either. They don't always tend to, yeah. I have noticed that. And the ones that do tend to be the ones that are stronger. We looked at, oh, what was their name? Oh no, the Silent Hill inspired girly that we looked at, oh, that was a couple weeks ago, but because she had a particular dog she was referencing, having the tail curling around the body, the ear colors, like the patterning and stuff like that, that was working to her benefit. That was making it much stronger. Yeah, the Akita, yes. So I think that that is like maybe just like an overarching design tip I could give you. Crewmates, character design hack. If you're gonna be an animal, make the most of it. Make sure your species is integrated into your design and pick a species. Don't just be a cat, be the cat. Pick a cat or dog and really play to the strengths of what makes that specific one itself, what makes it so specific. Because here, I don't even need to show you what a pink comet moth looks like. That's what it looks like. Like, this is a humanization. This is a gajinka of a pink comet moth in the truest sense. So, yeah. Yeah, be the American ragdoll cat you wanna be. Be the munchkin cat you wanna be. Pick your species. Yeah, snow leopard. I feel like the leopards, snow leopards we have seen have been very specific though. It's you, Moss Cake. You have been very specific. Also, but there was another one we saw too that was like a cloud pirate. Or no, that was a cloud leopard. But yeah, like, truth. Anyways, so that was my brief tangent there, but immediately, without even having to do anything else, like I don't even care what the ladder's doing at this point. 10 out of 10 silhouette because you're so exaggerated and you are so easily identifiable in and of the way you are. I do think that the little bit of trouble I might be having with clarity is in these white on white on white areas will be solved just by shading in all likelihood. So since this is flat shaded, I'm gonna give you the pass on that one. I'm gonna say it's probably not going to actually be an ish. And by ish, I mean issue. But just as a note to make sure of, make sure you put enough shading against this edge of the sleeve so that way it's differentiated from the front bell of the skirt and on the undersides of the skirt too. But I'm going to make an educated guess that that won't be too big of an issue going forward. And I do want to personally thank you for making your skin tone contrast against these white tones enough. So thank you. So color palette, full points. Complexity versus clarity. This is the one area that I think I want a little bit more from, and it does relate a little bit into what we were talking about with concept, in that I do want you to have a secondary motif. Right now, you don't necessarily have one. And when I say that, I mean like a second visual object that repeats in some manner. So that could be like, you know, there's a heart that shows up twice. There is a ribbon that is taking on the shape of a butterfly, but there's not a ton of ribbons. Your name having pink comet in it does make me wonder if having like comets or something like that as a secondary motif could be nice to just work in. But because like, I don't know what you want, I don't want to just suggest like a ton of things and try and start applying them. What I would say is that maybe, perhaps, maybe a secondary motif. Just consider something else. Something else that could be cute and pink, something else that could work for it, because then you can take that and incorporate that into the clothing to make the clothing a little bit more specific. Because these chains, I appreciate them for their diagonal movement, I appreciate them for adding some asymmetry, but they don't feel especially specific to me. Comet moth throw rocks at people. Like a halo of a comet circling around the head. Yeah, like just some secondary thing happening. Like if these hearts, instead of being hearts, were comets and had like trails on them, or like if these things felt more like a comet trail or something, that could be very neat. That could be very visually interesting. And then that just adds that little bit of extra flavor that I am yearning for. Sorry, we just critiqued yours. Hello. Finally, we should get to stream. We just finished critiquing yours a little bit ago. You got a 9 out of 10. But hello. Thank you for stopping by. Comets are so cool. They are. Comets are very neat. Getting hit by a comet make it for a fun redeem? It would also. Everyone, I think, as a VTuber, should have their own personal flavor of thing their chat can do to torture them. And getting hit by a comet, I think, would be a good one for you, yeah. Sparkly dust like a comet trail. Oh, wow! Yeah, speaking ye shall receive it, I guess, is the way that my life goes. Thank you, bugs. Yeah, sparkly dust. Even like, because aren't... The reason I was going to say this is kind of unpleasant to moths, but don't moths, aren't they inherently just kind of powdery? Right? Or am I misremembering? I'm only saying this because I know that when you like accidentally like knock one out of the sky, and I'm not saying this like I've swatted a moth, but like I've had a moth fly into me and then like fall down. Yeah, they're like powdery. They leave like a little like print on you almost if they like bonk off your clothing. So I wonder if that could be used as like something that's like stardust or something, where what if your wings sort of have, I'll have to outline it in black, hang on. I'm gonna make this work. I'm gonna make this work. Wait, give me a really little brush. Yeah, like what if you have almost like stardust as one of the things happening? So you've got all these like little stars in your wings, and then if I do this on a second layer, I'm not doing a great job of drawing stars. That's okay. I should just like slow down and draw them properly. But stardust, and then if I make this have an outline that is like just black so I can see it. Weep. Whap. And then if I draw in white, then you could sort of have it like it's like sprinkling down out of the wings or like sprinkled on other parts. Wow! Okay, now I'm T-posing, thanks. Launch straight into a pose. Hello. Did somebody ever redeem T-pose? Whoa, wait, so did launch happen and I went straight back to T-pose? That's actually kind of good. Also, Pedro, thank you for following. Yeah, teeny scales. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll have to watch back after the stream ends. Yeah, thank you so much for submitting. I'm trying to like stay focused today or else I'd go back and give a recap. But generally, we really liked your color design and we were just wanting to add some more things that felt a little bit mechanic-y. But yeah, like, what if your wings are shedding all of that like stardust bits? Right now the way I'm drawing it looks like snow, but just draw it so that it doesn't look like snow. Just spend more time on it than I am. And then you already feel like you're a little bit bundled up. So like if it does look like snow, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, but you could have like that powder, like, you know, similarly like in your hair or something. Make sure they are shaped like stars where it might look like dandruff. But then if it feels like it's like something that's cascading down out of there, that could be neat. And then that adds to that secondary motif. Yeah. Yeah, little 4-pointed stars. I am trying to draw like this kind of star, but I'm doing it so small and so quickly that they're not really looking like it. Wings are covered in tiny scales. Nice little scale shed happening. Delicious. But that could be cute. Making these things feel like comet trails could be good if we're trying to stick with just what your name has. But overall, I just want a little bit more from your concept. I'm saying delicious ironically. I jest. But I am a mushroom, so I would eat it. I would break that down. Squiiji approved. I would biodegrade a moth, so if I say delicious, you can't be concerned. Amber, there is an entire species of mushroom that grows on ants, so watch your back. I'm kidding. I would never harm you. I said that I like can't even jokingly be mean. I can't even jokingly be mean. I immediately feel regret and I feel evil. I'm like, no, they're so nice to me. I can't even threaten them just with the fact that there's other mushrooms that exist that would eat them. Not even me, but others exist. I can't even do that much. Would consume, but like in a gentle way. Yeah, I would consume you in a gentle way. I would consume you in a way that helps the process of life continue ever forward. In a way that is going to enable the earth to create new life and a renewal. Yeah. Yes, bring them back to the earth. I am helping you find your final resting place and to rest in peace. Yes. Suddenly we're philosophical. We went from me eating people to philosophy and me trying to reassure you all. So, anyways, focusing. As far as concept goes, I want a secondary motif enough that I think I'm going to put it here. It's a little one note, and I feel bad doing that because you are exactly the moth that you say you are. You look exactly like the kind of moth you are, but I really want you to have a secondary motif because I feel like your concept is so strong that I'm yearning for the ways it could be stronger. I feel like there's opportunities we could take that I am sad just a little bit in my heart that we have not taken. So that's why that's going there. For complexity versus clarity, that was kind of wrapped into this. Adding more motifs will make you a little bit more complex in a way that I think you need, But overwhelmingly, the way that you are, I can make you into a remarkable plushie like that. Like, I'm snapping. Is my tracking going to do it? Yeah. Like that. I can make you into a remarkable plush. Easy. And it'd be really cute. So, as far as level detail goes, I'm not too concerned. For focal point, I do think that the way that your hair is working right now does help. But, Shroomates, am I the only one that ends up looking at the waist first because it's the darkest thing in the design? Is that a just me thing? Could be a just me thing, which is why I'm asking you. Eej will eat you, but so nicely and politely and kindly. Yeah! I will eat you, and it'll be something that benefits all of us for me to have done. Out of the kindness of my heart, I am doing you a solid. The spot blacks of the shadow. Yeah, I'm trying to ignore the spot blacks of the shadow, but the contrast, yeah, really does pull me to the waist a little bit. Yeah, and the feet. So I'm wondering, like, there is a little bit of that dark color around the face in these ribbons that are there, but I do wonder if maybe, you know, we can have the ribbon underneath, but maybe one of the ribbons should be attached to the antenna on top of the hair instead. Like, it could be, like, really, like, nice and, like, droopy even. Because then having that dark color in more quantity up here will make it more important. And then similarly, I think if we were to make this have, wait, hang on, is that the exact same color I've just used? It might be. Make this not be all that super, super dark color. Make it the color of the boots, which is like one step lighter. I think that might help a little bit to push us to the face a little bit faster. Wings or collar? Oh, you know, the wings are actually also still pretty focal. I feel like a lot of the wings being focal will also be remedied by there being shading, because the wings could be pushed back as easily as just having our classic gradient slapped in here potentially. Oh, thank you for the haircut, Amber. But I think just our like usual dark gradient that we do on the wings behind the body, sweeping gradient of like a purple or something going up the body, I think would work. Go to the waist first too, I fear. I see. Who, me? Huh? Squeege, who, me? Why are we who meing? Who? Me? Who, me? EG? Me. EG. Hi. Getting distracted. But focal point, you're almost there. I think I am distracted by your waist, but your hair is doing a lot to help with the fight. Just need to do a little bit more. Maybe, hang on, wait, hang on. Maybe, since the wings are so focal right now, it's because that's where all the gold is. I'm wondering if your hair had some of that like patterning or something, where we can see like a little bit of like a geometric pattern of some sort that is reminiscent of the wing pattern in your hair, but maybe more so in a way that looks like it's just dyed into the tips of your hair. That detail, by increasing the level of detail around your face and bringing more of that gold up around your face, may also help to make it more focal potentially too. Let me just see if what I'm doing is what I would want. Yeah, like that, maybe? Like, I feel like that is also a step in the right direction towards bringing me up to the face. But yeah, they are so cute, aren't they? So cute. So, what did we not talk about? Did we really talk about everything? Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh, hi, Conrad. Wow. Incredibly locked in, EG. That was really the only stuff I had to critique to change. You've got some nice, subtle asymmetrical moments happening in the skirt. I love idle skirts that they allow us to have an asymmetrical split somewhere. Maybe more asymmetry that's touching your silhouette might be nice. Well, honestly, I'm not bugged by it here too much. Haha, I'm not bugged by it. Haha, did you hear me? Did you hear me? Haha, I'm not bugged by it. We've not done a ladder. We should do a ladder at least. Just to check. Was that a retribution? Did you EG me because I made a really good, really funny, silly pun that was really fantastically executed? Thank you. See, I see Amber and Bugs laughing now. Thank you. I'm glad somebody recognizes my comedic genius around here. Okay, ladder. I'm like, sorry for being a little bit insufferable today. I feel like I'm pestering you guys just a little bit. Top of that, top of that. here. I would probably, I really don't know where to count it in the middle of the body. There's one here, one here, one for the chin, one for the eyes, one for the peak of that middle part of the hair, top of the hair, and then top of the antenna. Take your guesses. Place your bets, make your guesses. That's what I wanted to say. I was just combining words and I accidentally, sorry. Ow. Okay, I see. I see, says the EG. Ow! Hey! Bugs, why are 50% of the ladders from you? You really need to make sure that I know that you know that I know that you know that the ladder is dangerous. You really need me to know. Thank you, Lithium, for the head pat. That does soothe and heal my wounds. Ow. Selma said one more for good measure, as did Bugs. That's a dangerous ladder. I do, once again, wish there was maybe a little more diagonal movement. Ouchie. And maybe some things that are kept to one side or the other. Asymmetry, what have you. But like big gaps, little gaps, and then clusters around the head. That's kind of classic. That's what we want to see. Got that upper half focus that we want in a VTuber design. I think it works for me. You get rid of that. Wah! So that was everything. We went through everything here. I think the big main critique is just add a secondary motif. But like let's do math. 2, 4, 6. Also, I put you on the thumbnail. I thought you were cute. I liked your design. It was one of the ones I remembered against the test of time. I downloaded your model like in like November. There have been some fellas in this insect folder since the fall. So yours was one of the ones I remembered after all that time. So I think that counts for something, and that is also why we got the bonus point there. Sorry, G. Thank you for following me on Twitch also. I know you're already a YouTube shroomate. Did Ari get an on the thumbnail point? Ari did get an on the thumbnail point, I believe. I think Ari had an 8 and then 9 with the on the thumbnail, I believe. I think that was the math, right? Can we confirm or deny that? I would like to confirm that I think that was true. But shroommates, if I'm wrong, please let me know. Please let me know if Ari is supposed to have one more point. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5, 9.5 out of 10? Hell yeah. Oh, we didn't do a round of applause, did we? Did you guys do a round of applause for Ari? Can we get a round of applause for Ari and a round of applause for Alex, please? Clap. Clap for them, fellas. Did we? Oh, we did? Okay, I just wasn't looking. I didn't clap. That's on me. I was distracted. I haven't done a VTuber design critique in almost 2 weeks. I'm out of sorts. We did, thank you. I'm so relieved to know that you guys remember even when I don't. The politeness of the shroommates cannot be understated. You guys are so kind and supportive of each other, and it always makes me so happy. Yeah! Round of applause for both of them. Good work, fellas. Really strong start. Really strong start. I feel like I haven't looked at a 9 or a 10 in weeks, because I might have been weeks at this point. I don't think we had 9s at all in Arknights, unfortunately. It might have been 1. I can't remember. I'm also way harsher on Arknights, because that went through like many levels of design theoretically, and not just one person. But yay! Yeah, VTubers forever. You'll never get rid of me. VTubers forever. I love VTubers, man. Yeah, man, I love me some VTubers. I feel like I have seen more VTubers than almost anyone. And I feel like the shroommates, by result of this, probably also would say the same, right? In that just because of doing these design critiques, I have seen so many hundreds of designs on top of the like 1,000 people I follow on Twitter. And it's really funny, if I ever go on Skeb, like I don't really buy much on Skeb, but I go on Skeb just to like find artists to follow on Twitter sometimes for like art style inspiration. I see so many of the designs that we've critiqued on stream on like at Skeb, like in Skeb arts people have gotten. And I love seeing it. I love being familiar with it where I'm like, oh, I know you. I'm glad you're getting cool art. Look, I know who that is. I've seen you before. I love recognizing people. It's so funny. But yeah. Also, bye, Game Loser. Good luck with your hard work. That rules, right? Like, I like that this is one of the things that I don't live under a rock about. I know what goes on in VTuber design. I know where the trends are in VTuber design. Yeah. Or you've been seen so much that you get forgotten. I don't think that's true. I I think all the ones I've seen before, if I were to see them, I would remember their design. That doesn't mean I remember everyone's names, unfortunately, just because it is a couple of hundreds. But like, I recognize everyone's designs that we've ever critiqued, because when I spend on stream, what, like a half an hour on each one, that bodes pretty well for my memory. And the fact that we're breaking the design down, doing the rubric, like that really does cement and reinforce the design into my mind so much, as I'm guessing it probably does for some of you too. Although that was a jab for forgetting what my new design looked like. No, I didn't forget what your new design looked like. It's just, I didn't realize which things were different, like what things had changed between your past iteration and the new iteration. It's not that I forgot what it looked like, it's just I couldn't remember which things had changed. And Hoshi, I'd recognize you anywhere. Don't think I wouldn't. Also, why are you jabbing? Why are we fighting? Truemates, fight by art fight. No jabbing the squeegee. Don't stab me, please. Anyways, this is Kai. They, he, Kai, Cantry. The picture is from a reference sheet, not my model, as that's only half body. I'm currently a PNG tuber due to bad PC. They're a green fly. I really appreciate advice on how to add more complexity to the character and maybe splitting up the different areas, as through the brown creates better contrast. I find it too dominating. Oh, though the brown creates better contrast, it's too dominating. The outfit is centered around OG fashion, as I wear it IRL and thought it would also fit the games I like. They're all supposed to look pretty androgynous. When designing them, I tried to focus on the rainbow reflective colors green flies tend to have, as well as the green. Also, I play lots of indie story type games, usually psychological horror, and do lots of art streams. If you have any ideas on incorporating that, I'd be interested to hear. Ah, I see. Yeah, friendly firing, who me? Yeah, why are you friendly firing? Only friendly fire that is permitted is via art fight. Get art fighting. Yeah. Anyways, also, bingo. Did I have any bingos to add for this one? Visible concept, yes. I did get exceedingly off topic. I didn't really actually explain that. Didn't change the hair color. Ooh, I did skip an accessory before. No hair vents. This next one, I would consider chibi because the head is wider than the shoulders. I consider myself chibi because the head is wider than the shoulders. Also, this is my periodic. If you've stopped in and you are not already a part of it, if you'd like to play bingo with us about VTuber design tropes, you're welcome to do so. Here's the link that you can join us with. I am currently nowhere near bingo. I currently don't even come close to bingo. There's a couple of words that would have been really nice if I had here for bingo, and I don't. They're not here. I don't have them, heartbreakingly. But anyways, OG fashion, something I have become pretty decently familiar with because my mage outfit was OG fashion, so I at least have a pretty decent grasp on it now. The things that I think about when I'm seeing this in association with OG fashion is that I'm wondering if this is embellished enough. To me, OG fashion is all about layers and adding interesting things to the shapes of things, and I can't help but wonder if there's more ways we could embellish this. Like, I enjoy this red that is hanging out down here between the legs as a part of the coat tail. But one of my favorite things that OG fashion tends to incorporate is the capelet. I love capelets. I have become such a big fan of them in character design because they add something interesting in that sort of like outer shoulder region. So we can continue to do like brown on brown, but that might be a good opportunity where we could bring this red higher up in the design in a greater amount, because right now, as far as focal point goes, your head is pretty focal for all intents and purposes with your red eyes, but down here, this is kind of distracting me. If the red was more throughout, the red will be less important down here where it is in that small amount. So what I'm thinking is, what if we just had, I'll put like an outline modifier on it maybe, and that'll be all I need. Let's see. Like a partial capelet situation that is like in this area of the shoulder and then can like stand out off the shoulder. And we can put that little icon that you have there on the capelet maybe too. But then where we can see the underside of the capelet, maybe behind the body, we get that sort of internal red again, or something where like the way that it's attached to you, like up here somewhere, there's something else that gives us an opportunity to just put like a little bit of red higher on the design, like maybe in that region. Let me just try this. I'll outline it so we can see it, because I don't actually mind the brown on brown on brown happening here. I would just need to have the shading balance to make sure that we can clearly see what's going on, because it does sort of push the level of detail back. It makes your character feel like it's not too overwhelmingly detailed, and it does make all of those really nice iridescent areas that are mimicking that part of the bug, it makes them much more noticeable. So like, I don't know, I'm thinking of like those little like shoulder caps that you see on some things that are like pseudo-military-ish inspired, because that is one of the inspirations for a lot of OG fashion. And then in doing that, what if these, if I'm putting these little like circular things here, what if these were then faceted like fly eyeballs are? Or even I had half a mind to suggest to you that you have like sunglasses on your head or something. Right? I feel like it reads as a music conductor and I can't explain why. I think that's probably because we tend to associate this type of cravat with orchestras, with conductors, because I feel like that's one of the few places we still see this style used in like daily life maybe, but I'm not sure. Swole Peach, thank you for following. But maybe faceting these could be neat. Secondarily, alternatively, you could, I don't think you have to do both, but classic EG move, cool sunglasses. Or even if it was just you had like some sort of like cool faceted like hair clip or something, and maybe you have two of them on one side. So it's vaguely an eyeball reference, but not directly eyes. Then you don't have to have sunglasses. And then we like facet them and make them real neat and cool. Like that could be an interesting thing to add as well, to keep that focal point in the upper part of the design, perhaps. Hey, you've got a super cool model? Thank you. I made it myself. I'm glad you like it. When I'm thinking of OG fashion, there's a lot of ruffle and lace, or lace aspects. There could be buggy designs in the lace, like wing veins or facets of bug eyes. Yeah, I could totally see that being a part of it too. I have a feeling because this person is intending for the design to read as more androgynous, that they may be leaning away from lace, because that might feel too feminine for the design. But if you're not afraid of things being a little frillier or maybe a little bit lacier in some places, we could definitely do that. Hang on, so like, I just wanted to have like the red peeking around the underside of like this capelet, sort of like where it is. I draw these the same, like sort of like the way that it is in the underside of the coattails, which we could even pose the coattails out. Hi, Joby. We could pose the coattails out a little bit so they add a little more to the silhouette too. Because right now they're sort of forming a tangent with the body. Hi, what's up? What's that pose about? Joby has a bag in their hand.
Holding a bag.
Joby is holding a bag. They're saying hi.
Not only is it a bag, it's hot. You ever seen a bag this hot? Feel that.
I can confirm. Yeah, it is hot. The bag is hot. I can confirm. Don't worry. I know you were all worried that Joby was lying to us about the temperature of this bag. The bag is hot.
I've never even found a bag this hot before.
That's crazy. Where did you find a bag that hot?
There's a man just pulled up.
Pulled up?
Yeah, just pulled
what?
Up and gave us this hot bag.
Oh, did you order something?
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you, Shroommates, just a tangent really quickly. Joby and I got like majorly betrayed last night.
Yeah, actually.
About food.
Why don't you let me tell that story?
Joby, you tell that story. Go ahead.
But this is the scallion pancake, the wonton.
The place that we trust. The only place that we trust.
The shrimp fried rice. That's all there.
Nice, thank you. Oh wait, don't put it in here.
I'm gonna set it down so I can tell this story.
Yeah, tell your story. Joby tell our. Joby has appeared. Who's Joby? Joby is my partner who lives with me, whom I love and adore.
All right, now let me.
I'm saying I love and adore you, and you're going
Yeah, I love you too. I'm angry right now about these deals that I've been on.
Yeah. So yeah, tell them about our evening last night.
So
what occurred with that?
So last night, roommates, I came home from a long excursion out into the wilderness. I was at a hunting cabin just chilling with the boys.
Yes, chilling with the boys.
As you know, they always say on the internet, Saturday for the boys.
Yeah, Saturdays for the boys.
I don't believe that. I think you can hang with your boys on any day.
Well, yeah, of course.
But the thing was, I came back on a Sunday dreary and was prepared to have a good night in with Bae.
Yeah, Sunday is for the Bae, is what I said.
And Sunday is for the Bae. So I thought, you know, Bae, when was the last time we really ordered in some good food
Yeah.
And when have I haven't had a Papa John's pizza in like 4 years. And then back in the day, back in high school, we used to rip Papa John's every other day. If you get a Papa John's pizza, you get you get a shakaroni, super Hawaiian. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what made it super.
Yeah, what's so super about that Hawaiian?
But we got it every time. Every single time.
Mm-hmm.
So I call up on the phone. Sorry, I'm moving ahead of myself.
Yeah, you've gotten too far ahead there.
I go on the DoorDash application, which I'm not allowed to probably cast aspersions towards an online marketplace, can I?
I don't care. I'm not sponsored by DoorDash.
I think everyone...
I don't care.
Do me a favor, Shroommates. Open up your phones, Shroommates, and delete the DoorDash app from your thing. Because we ordered a pizza, and then we were waiting, and the time just keeps going up. I'm like, okay, they're probably backed up. Understandable. I worked in food service. I get that. Oh, the DoorDash driver's been reassigned. There were 4 DoorDashers. 4 DoorDashers.
It got reassigned 4 times.
And they kept texting me. They were like, some guy came and picked up your pizza, and they won't make another one for you. They were like, can you call? I'm calling him. I called him, 4 times?
Yeah.
No one picked up.
We couldn't get a human on the phone with us.
So I get in the car, and I drive. I put the pedal to the floor. I let the metal touch the ground. I'm that angry. I'm driving my car at speeds hundreds of thousands of miles an hour to get to this Papa John.
Also, there was like sort of an expediency thing going on as well because I was getting a headache and needed to eat something so I could take ibuprofen. So I'd already eaten a Pop-Tart as a result of it waiting so long. So that's part of where the anger also was, or the frustration.
Bay's mad. Bay's
not mad. Bay's just in pain.
Bay's been waiting on this pizza, but I drive into the side of the building. I don't actually. But I get out and I stomp in there and I go, where's the pizza? And there's only one guy standing in there, and he's the DoorDash driver who's currently, and I basically had to walk up, this never happened in my life, I had to walk up to a delivery guy and be like, you're good.
You're good. I'm now here in the establishment you were supposed to be getting me my food from.
And it wasn't that DoorDasher's fault.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even the Papa John's fault. I think the DoorDasher stole our pizza, which happened.
Yeah, the first one. I think the first person who was supposed to pick it up did steal our dinner.
But I didn't like that the Papa John's employees were yelling at that poor DoorDash woman who was trying to pick up the other pizza. So I had to walk in there and be like, so someone has my pizza. Where's the pizza? So
where's Mazza?
After about a long, tense conversation, which the guy at the Papa John's looked like he was having a panic attack. And I felt bad, and I'm trying to talk to him. And I don't think I was being mean to him. I think I was just wondering where the pizza was, but I think he was having a stressful night. He said, I'll give you your pizza. So then after about 2 to 3, 4 minutes, I don't know how long it was, he gives me one of the pizzas that we needed. And then I was like, you know what? I don't want to wait any longer. Can you just give me the ginger ale? He gave the last ginger ale to the person who stole our order. Stole the pizza. And he looked like he was about to cry. So I was like, I'm gonna leave. So I left. Had to go down to a gas station to pick up food for the Bay because their pizza wasn't there.
Yeah, the pizza that they did make was the one that had ham on it and bacon, so I couldn't eat it.
So I was in a mood last night. We had to watch Germa 985.
Yeah, we had to watch some Germa to restore the balance to the world.
And we ate pizza. Well, I ate pizza, and they had to eat.
Joby picked up Wawa for me, which was very kind of Joby.
And ice cream. Because we had to bring that mood up. Now, all jokes aside, I think Sunday night was a wonderful night.
Yeah.
And because they screwed up so much, I got that store credit. So even though I just told you to delete the DoorDash app, I did use it. I used it this morning.
Because we had no other option.
What am I going to do with that? Now I'll delete the app. Because now I used up. Actually, there's still a $5 credit. So I might DoorDash like a Slim Jim.
DoorDash a single Slim Jim, yeah. Next quest, the great hunt for the pizza thief. I know. Joby, we gotta hunt down our pizza thief.
I have ears and eyes all over this now.
Oh yeah.
And
Hey guys, Jubby is here. Wanted to say hello and may the pizza gods bless y'all in the future, and may your puns be extra cheesy. The Collective Union of Lactose Tolerance will accept all pizza donations.
Thank you, Gary. My son is reaffirming us.
Oh, word. Well, you just know, trust and believe that guy who got our pizza, I hope it tasted good, because this whole town,
we'll be hunting for you.
We're looking for this pizza guy, this guy who loves pizza so much he took it from two hardworking people. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really care that much about it, but it's funnier if you do get a little mad about it.
Yeah, we're okay.
So we got some scallion pancakes and some wontons in here. So I'm gonna put this stuff.
That's good. Yeah.
I'm gonna eat some of it. I'm gonna put the rest in the fridge.
Yeah, I'll the rest of mine at like 6 when I'm done.
Okay. Well,
thank you, Joby.
I hope your stream's going great. And
thanks.
Look at these insects. Look at these insects.
Yeah, look at this nice insect.
Looking great.
Yeah.
Rye?
What?
Or is it Ray?
Kai.
Joby. I can't read it. Oh, there it is. Yes, Kai.
You can look at on the screen where it's big instead of the screen where it's small.
Well, hello, Kai. Love to see the bugs. Love to see it. Great insect design. And I hope you guys have a great rest.
Thank you. Bye, Joby. Thank you for storytelling. Like this design? Yeah. Came in the middle of the story. Does Papa John's not do their own delivery, so you don't have to go through DoorDash? I don't believe they do, not in our area, yeah. Which is a little bit frustrating. They're all saying goodbye, Joby. Anyways, what I was doing, to talk you through the couple little things I did while Joby told stories, were I shrunk one of the ahoge, so that way it's a little bit more asymmetrical. It felt a little bit too stiff that they were completely symmetrical. I was thinking about places where maybe the lace could be added, because that might be nice, and maybe if we had a capelet, that could be a good opportunity for it. I fear that where I've cut off the capelet is kind of unnatural, so I may need to like put it like this instead. And then the other thing that I did was that I was playing around with just adding some sort of like light patterning and like an insect wing like feeling to the capelet. We did that maybe. And then like this is under the collar, potentially. But like that might be nice. I think we just need to accessorize things up a little bit more. Yeah. Art Nouveau did really cool stained glass. Yes. Art Nouveau, also Art Deco, can both have some really good like, because the way they use line work and filigree could both be really good options for looking at as far as incorporating like an insect wing motif into this as far as a pattern goes. Yeah, Art Nouveau and Art Deco probably could both be options for that. But what I'm just wanting to break up the brown is maybe just a little bit of pattern somewhere. And then if you are open-minded to having things be just a little ruffly, adding some round shapes, some little round shapes to your shape language here could be potentially just really nice. Doesn't have to be a ton, just a little bit, because that is one of the sort of classic things that we see in art, or in art, I almost said Art Nouveau, that's not even what I was talking about. In OG fashion is that bug brooch for the cravat. That is also something I was thinking about, is if you had like, you know, like sort of like the classic, like, give it like wings, and then like antenna, and have a nice little brooch of some sort. That might be very cute. Or like even, do you know the Hollow Knight like symbols where they just take a oval and they add that like one or two little lines through it and suddenly they're bugs? Meep, 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 meep. Yep, I'm making bugs. Suddenly, all of your buttons are alive. Good luck. But I do feel like that might be just one of those like fun, subtle little details that could be so cute. Do we love bug streamers? Yes, we do. Hi, Twiggy. How are you, Twiggy? Yeah, bugs are so cute. Green fly, also known as the common green bottle fly. So maybe include a bottle hanging on the side and include something cool, like referencing the game types or a creature there or the art supplies. Oh, I wonder, because I was thinking just like very briefly, what do they call them? Like bottle glass glasses or like ground glass glasses, where it's like the really, really thick ones that look like the bottom of a wine bottle or something. If we were looking to have that sort of bug eye motif, we could have glasses that are in that style, and it could be very cute. Also, I do remember seeing Twiggy draw Edward, I believe, during Donathon or something, or you drew something for Edward, which sounds familiar. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Twiggy. That was really kind of you. Shroommates, can we rotate for Edward, please? I can't fasten my top because the buttons flew away. No! Yeah, bottle glasses, the ones that have the thick side lenses. Yeah, like, not to trigonify this fella by giving them big old round glasses, but that could be cute. That could be nice and also maybe good. And I could also rotate like this to thank Edward, but we could also rotate like, ooh, yeah, rotation. Oh yeah, see, look, now Twiggy can rotate with us. Yay! Oh my gosh, Twiggy, I didn't know you had more than 1 month worth of, what is that, the 2 month? Thank you. Rotato. Yeah, but yeah, having something in bottles could be interesting also, because you were saying indie story games, psychological horror, art streams. Have any ideas on incorporating that? It would be interesting to hear. I feel like there are ways that we could make you as a bug just like a little bit more uncanny, and that could play into the psychological horror aspect, where like if you had something that like dangled off the back of your little, what do you call it that I've added here, your capelet, these could be like your extra legs that make you truly a bug. I might make them even longer. So then you do have 6 limbs. And like they could be like real beat up and ratty to feel like they're kind of leaning into that horror end, maybe? Potentially? Are you picking up and putting down? You see what I mean? Might make you feel a little bit jellyfish-y also, but I do at least think, oh wait, yeah, no, yeah. Arms being as long as the legs is uncanny so far. Yeah, the arms being very long is a little bit uncanny, but it does make you feel bug-like properly. Bug view from bug glasses. Huh? Selma Shepherd, Twitch told me you gifted a sub? Yeah! Selma's very kind in the gifting of subs, so you may have been sniped. You may have been spored by a shroom. It's bug-ing me. Like they're about to scuttle. Yeah, oh, they are ready to scuttle. Kai is ready to scuttle. So adding those as being like bonus limbs, I think would be very interesting. And then other things to add to psychological horror. I do wonder. Psychological horror. I don't have all of the best reference points for horror stuff because that's not something that I personally engage in a ton. But as far as art goes, for art streams, I think that it's one of those things where I don't think you inherently need to have that be a part of your visual design. Like, is it maybe nice sometimes to be able to tell that you are an artist just by looking at the design? Yeah. But on the other hand, I feel like that is cornering you too much. It's limiting you. Because I, in trying to make myself look like an art teacher, actually felt kind of limited. Could add small hairs and legs to match the fly legs horror aspect. Like, gross. Whoa! We could do like the little thing where it makes the clothing look worn, where you like put little things like this on it. Do you know what I mean? And then that's mimicking the little hairs that would be on the fly's leg, you're right. Make the clothing look like it's not so fresh and new. And now you're a fuzzy little fly. Is it more interesting for you when I make noises when I just draw things? Well-worn, peeling clothing. Not peeling. These are just like, it's threadbare. Like the threads are kind of adding to the silhouette a little bit now, too, which might be interesting. But then that adds texture to the clothing. Yes, okay, I'll continue to make funny noises. You guys have to, we gotta clip some of the EG funny noises so that way at the end of the year we can have, we can have a not competition, but like we can do EG best noise of the year, EG worst joke of the year, stuff like that. You guys tend to clip my worst jokes, which I appreciate. Yeah, or like a compilation, yeah. We gotta collect our EG noises so that way we can round them all up. I do make a lot of strange sounds, don't I? Like a moth ate their clothes? Yeah! Just a little bit of moth ate their clothes, maybe. What's an insect's favorite instrument? A buglehorn, a bugle. That's good, Amber. Not with a pinstripe motif again, but making the lines, the grubs of a bug, like in the tailcoat, it's a bit creepier. Oh, you could. That sounded was a very beetle, like, oh, that I just made. And not beetle as in, haha, beetles. Beetle as in from Legend of Zelda. Beetle as in the shopkeeper guy. Were you talking about like doing it like back here? Where you get that sort of like shell like thing happening? I'll make it less dark because I feel like that's making it a little bit visually confusing right now because it's so dark. But like doing that, making it a little more insecty. And also if it had like shine to make it feel like it's actually bulging in that manner behind, maybe? That works too. Oh, is that not what we were talking about? Roku, I may need you to make a visual interpretation of what you were describing to me. I don't know if I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like your noises. Irkin core. Is that what you're calling it? I think it's just called ED core. I don't know what Irkin core is. Is that to bug people though? To irk people? The core of people who irk others? But yeah, more textures will make things feel warmer and fuller, but at the same time could make it more uncanny if you want that to be a thing. Also, I wonder if you're somebody who likes psychological horror, just having a toggle that can give you black scleras could really just like, just for fun, not for all the time. Maybe you have like an evil mode that you do from time to time. But like with bugs, we don't associate them with having eye whites. We associate them with just having the really like beady red eyes. You could have a mode that makes your eye entirely black in the sclera. Or, hang on, wait, pause. I've seen too many clips of the Niji Sanji fellow who says, pause, rewind, play. And my brain keeps suggesting that, which is not helpful. I'm not gonna steal another fella's catchphrase. But my brain keeps suggesting that when I'm saying things. Make the whole eye, yeah, compound eyes. Make the whole eye that red too. And that'll feel much more psychologically discomforting. And then you could facet it or like modify it in some way to make it properly creepy. But like, I feel like that would be another option that could work pretty well. Yeah. Unsettling. Little pincher thing in the mouth for evil bug time. Little pincher thing. You know what? These little bits of hair down here, I don't know what to call them. I don't want to call them rat's tails because that seems unkind. But these almost feel like the way they're shaped, if they both had like two little bits coming off the end. Like these could be the, what are they called? Mandibles, the mouth parts. They are green, so like not completely. But I feel like with where they're located, they almost function in a similar manner to me. Calyx reference? Yeah. Calyx reference. That fella is so silly. I see so many clips of that fella. Even more Irkin core. I wasn't gonna suggest it because I reference LZ too much, but whelp. I don't know what Irkin core is. Irkins are the bug-like aliens. Wait, is that what they're called from Invader Zim? Oh my god. How soon I forget my history. I've forgotten. I have forgotten. Oh, yeah, flies don't really have mouth pinchers. Never mind, you're right. They don't. So that wouldn't make sense. True. Good to know. Hang on. Put more of these in here so we can tell these are compound eyes. So it's not just one facet, maybe. But yeah, really, like, that'll really increase the creepiness factor. But you don't have to do that all the time because it might be too uncanny sometimes. Maybe. Yeah. Yes. Invader Zim 2 found my people. Yeah. I haven't seen Invader Zim in so long. I forgot they were called that. But to say flies use a tongue instead. Oh, is this maybe a circumstance where we should alert this fella? I know we wouldn't be able to see it normally, but that in their rigging, they should have a long tongue to be fly-like? Maybe, right? Mischievous arms. They do have mischievous arms. I would love a hands rubbing together, like pose toggle on this design, but long tongue could just be like a note here. Long fly-like tongue. Yeah, So, okay. I do think that was the bulk of the things I had to say concept-wise, where we can push the bug angle a little bit more and then make the clothing just a little bit more specific to you. But overwhelmingly, we can at least start grading. Overwhelmingly, I like the color choices here a lot. I don't mind the brown of the pants and the brown of the jacket being so similar because it really, 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 really is making your face foregrounded. And I can still tell where those edges are more or less okay because you've got the dark dividing lines between them. So because of your art style, I'm not as bothered by it as I might be otherwise as far as clarity goes. You may just want a little more shading around that area to really not like hit it home and make it clear. But you're close. I'm seeing it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Color-wise, beautiful, lovely. The greens and the blues and the way that you're paying attention to that texture, that iridescent texture that the flies have, beautiful. It's lovely. I'm here for it. For silhouette, the silhouette is good. I think we were adding a couple little things that might make it even stronger, just adding a little more variation. I appreciate that the hair silhouette isn't completely symmetrical. Your antennas, I thickened a little bit because the way they were so completely lost in my thumbnail because they were so small. They just need a little more weight to them, maybe. And do bot flies have antenna of this scale? I don't know if they do. They might, and it might just be that I can't see them, or I'm not thinking of it. I'm also primarily thinking about other flies right now that I don't remember looking at and thinking about having antennas, but they might just be really thin and small and hard to see for me. Anyways, thicken them up a little bit. I thickened your earrings a little bit for clarity's sake, adding your extra fly limbs for that will also add to silhouette because your wings are more or less transparent. So I'm not fully counting them as a part of silhouette. They've got pass through. They're translucent. So peek your cape out a little bit more. You do have visual weight around your waist because you've made your sleeves have that weight there, but adding a capelet could further add some asymmetry in that way. Also, even if you only had the cape on one side, which I may also suggest. Right now, you're pretty symmetrical. This is like the big moment that breaks up the symmetry. Maybe if you wanted to go the capelet route, maybe only put it on one shoulder. Like you have a partial cape that's hanging down a little bit at an angle or something. Just a little more asymmetry. Let me draw a ladder also. Let's do a ladder check. And let's not use green because that's a color that's being used in this. So bottom of the feet, bottom of the pants. This is one of those like classic like masculine VTuber design troubles where there's not a ton happening around the legs. So therefore where I had flared the, because like I can't draw a line there technically. There's not really contrast. Your coattails are forming a tangent with your pants. Were you to fix the tangent the way I had, it would add a line there though, which would be good. Your sleeves, add some lines there. These are all too similar in color, so I wouldn't add one, but I would add a half line here and a half line here. And then maybe a line like fully across where that little blue area where the wings meet is. A line happening here from the bottom of the cravat, then from the bottom of the hair, the collar, the chin. I would say that I would count something of this. I don't really know where to place it, but something of your half face bandage, eyeballs, or maybe top and bottom of your eye because your eyes are so big. I don't know if your hairline is really doing anything separate from that though. Top of the head and then top of the ahoge. Ladders after the ready, perhaps. Oh, hang on, we've been raided. We've been raided by Vil. I was listening to Vil's stream before I went live. Hello, hoot hoot plumies. Hello, welcome in. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, and they are pelting me with ladders right now, which you are welcome to do. You're welcome to send me as many ladders in my chat as you so wish. But hello, welcome in. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, also an art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques today for insects. Goodness, hope I didn't hoot anything awkward. You're good, don't worry. Nothing was awkward that was hooted, don't worry. I was watching Vil play Date Everything earlier, and I have thoughts about a lot of the character design going on in that game. There's some really interesting, clever things, but having watched it, man, yeah, some of those characters are, they're thirsty, they're down a little bad. Vil, you've got a very good method of handling them. But watching you play it, I was like, I will not be able to play this game on stream. You handle it with a level of grace that I was like, I don't know if I can do that. I'd be like, ah, the whole time. But, Shoemates, if you're not familiar with Vil, you should be. First off, you should be. I participated in a couple of Vil's character design challenges, but Vil is another very talented artist, also VTuber, who does character design challenges. If you like art things, you should like go snoop at Vil mayhaps, maybe. Please, I beg of you. I am currently working on Vil's next challenge. I won't get to work on it like really until next week, but Vil is doing a sort of related to the game drawing challenge, which is draw everything, right? Wait, did you, hang on. That was announced, right? Hang on. I can't remember where I saw that. Yeah, Jinka challenged this much. For some reason, I just thought, I was like, wait, did I say that and you didn't announce it? I believe it was announced. Jinka, draw something based on an existing, like, object. So, like, I have some perfume bottles and lamps and dishware that I am turning into characters. Yeah, yes, Vil did do the Pie Crew challenge that I was a part of too, also, yes. So you all should participate in that. I'm gonna actually find the link to that real quick, because usually we art snoop, we make people pay art tax, but Vil wasn't necessarily drawing on stream, but I'm forcing you to pay anyway. Sorry, pay your dues. But anyways, hi Bloomies! How was the stream? How was dating everything? Was it good? You guys had told me before there was a best boy maybe. I can't remember who it was. Oh, never mind. Vil's got me. Vil's got the link. Thank you. Here we go. Here it is. Shmace, if you want to see. There's the short that explains the challenge if you would like to take a look-see into it and participate mayhaps. But how was your dating of everything? How many friends did you make? How many fellas did, I saw you smooch a fella at least once. When I was listening in. I knew it was going well when I was snooping at least, but I hope it was well. If you or your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snorking and eating, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. We are doing critiques and you are welcome to add your commentary in here. We're always looking for suggestions as we are critiquing and going through these designs. So as long as you're being kind and giving us constructive critique, you are welcome to add some critique. Yeah. Fell in love with a couple, but we have a lot of friends too. Let's go! I was there right at the beginning. I saw you kissed the Volt fella, I think. I saw you kiss the Volt fella, but I was listening in the background for a while after there too. I know there was some debate about who is endgame, and you finished at one run maybe, but yeah. Breaker box. Yeah, is that the Volt question mark fuse box? Yeah. Design was good. I'll give you that. Design was good. Yeah. Dramatic? I bet. The game does seem really dramatic from what I've seen. It seems very fun. But it's definitely the kind of thing I would not play on stream. I would be too like, okay, about it to play that. But the character design is so neat. So as a character designer, I loved it. But yeah, I gotta lock in. I've been so locked in today. It's 4:30 and we're on our 4th design we're critiquing, which is crazy. Crazy mode for me. I'm having a locked in Monday. We're on top of it. Also helps that insect VTuber designs are also really good, which does also help. So we were just about to grab our ladders and have ladders at the ready, and I think they started throwing them at me before I stopped them. Good job. Thanks. Yeah, I'm on top of my game. Today's a top Monday for me. Are you guys ready to throw ladders? How dangerous is this? How dangerous is this ladder? Would you climb this? Have a good one. Make yourself a cup of tea. Yeah! Enjoy. Go get yourself some tea. Go take care of yourself. But thank you for dropping your fellas off. Don't worry. We'll take good care of the little fellas. Ow. Oof. Ouch. Ouch. Whether they take good care of me or not is up to debate, as you see. But I'll take good care of everyone as best I can. Ouchie. Seems like we're in pretty good agreement here. Thank you for the many ladder. Bugs! 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 And I'm not just shouting the word bugs because these are insect designs. Bugs is throwing like half the ladders that we're having. Yeah. Ladder, let him have it. Yeah. Let him have it. Somehow you always have a pun when you appear here, which I do appreciate also. I only got 40 left. Oh my god, spending all of your spores just to pelt me with ladders? Crazy. I do admire your dedication to it though. But I would overwhelmingly agree with you, dangerous ladder. We've got half rungs, which is good. We've got clustering in the upper part of the body. No concerns here. This ladder, flying colors. I'm not worried about the ladder at all. Let me turn back on all the miscellaneous things I was doing. Where are they? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Yes, there we go. Someone stashed their points in the attic. Oh? We'll see how the points get redistributed considering the Gamba today. I've been locked in, so we may have a strange Gamba result here today. I just did a funny little pen spin trick. Silhouette. We were saying it's fine. I want just a little bit more from it maybe. But I was sort of adding that with giving you the extra little limbs on the capelet and the capelet itself. Just exaggerating your antennas a little bit more. I just need a little more. For complexity versus clarity, I think you are right in that you need just a little bit more detail, a little more specificity, but you're close. You're not fully there, but you're close. For focal points, your head is so focal because it's so big, and the fact that your skin is so covered everywhere else, your skin color helps make your face really focal too. So I would give you full points for focal point. Concept and motifs, I want to see a little more, once again, which is what we were sort of getting at with adding some more limbs, adding opportunities for things to feel like the eyes are there, adding some texture that relates to the fly's wings, those kinds of things I think we just want a little bit more of throughout. So I'd probably put it at a half point also. But then I also liked it. You were my third and final thumbnail fella for the day. So what is that? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5, 9.5? Is that 2 9.5s back to back? These are fantastic scores to start this Monday. Also, it is raining like crazy. Can you hear it? Oh, thank you for Cozy G. Is there like a nice like ambient rain sound happening in the background right now? Yeah, round of applause. But there's the rain is like pelting down. Do you know that thing where it's like glowing green outside? Oh, this is the third one, not the fourth. I lied. Sorry. Whoops. Do you know that thing where it's like green outside when it rains? It's doing that right now. So it's quite loud. But yeah, round of applause for Kai. Now we'll move on to the fourth one. There we go. This is BMB. Glowing green? Yeah, I like don't know how to describe it. It's when it's raining and there's just like a green like ambiance happening outside. Like it's almost like some of the sun is coming through the clouds still. I like don't know how to explain it. Like, it just makes it ambiently green a little bit outside. I don't know. Is it a green sky the sign of a potential tornado? I live somewhere where we don't get tornadoes, so I don't think so. No, not radioactive. It's not that bright of a green, and the sky itself is not green. The sky itself is gray. But I think it's the way that the rain is coming down is reflecting the green of the foliage, maybe? And that's what it is. No, it's not radiation. No, it's not radioactive. I'm not going to perish. Mushrooms are immune to radiation anyways, I think. Maybe. Yeah, no, it's pleasant. It looks nice. It's raining really hard, so it's really loud, but it's okay. The sun is a deadly laser. That's true. That is in the wise words of Bill Wirtz, right? The rain itself isn't green. It's just making like the atmosphere, the ambiance is green is what's happening. Means money's gonna rain from the sky, get ready. There's ways to make it rain money, but I don't think it's raining money on me right now. Anyways, we gotta stay focused. BMB, they, them. This species of shroom that eats radiation? Hell yes. I am so happy to hear that. That sounds like it'd be fantastic for me and for us as mushrooms. Branching out, not only do we eat rocks, we also eat radiation. That's hardcore. I don't know how you can eat radiation though. That's not like a physical thing. Intriguing. Anyways, and no, we have not had a spider yet. We had a spider not during our bug critiques, but I don't think there's a spider today. They, them, beam. My design went through many transformations and revisions, and eventually the original concept of Ghost Bee got lost. So in this most recent version, I tried my best to bring it back to that, while still keeping some of the revisions I made along the way, while still being distinct from other bee VTuber designs, since there are so many I've seen that I'm trying to not be too similar to. There is transparency involved in Live 2D that adds to the ghostliness and doesn't come through on a still PNG, but I hope to not have to rely on the transparency to convey the concept of a ghost. Please let me know what other ways I can convey the combination of both a ghost and a bee without one drowning out the other. Thank you so much for your feedback. Oh, intriguing. Wait, they use melanin to photosynthesize with gamma rays. The mushrooms do? That is crazy. That is wild. Interesting. Pretty much every organism uses radiation to some extent. Well, yeah, but like, I guess in the way of like phrasing it as in eating it. But I know that there are creatures that feed off of radiation from thermal vents underground and stuff like that. So maybe it shouldn't be that unusual for me to hear. Don't know. But anyways, okay, so ghost and bee. I will say, and I do have to give props to you, that this is probably one of the more unique interpretations of bee that I've seen. I feel like most of the bees that I've seen have very similar clothing styles going on, and they tend to be I'm a bee rocking like this. I'm supposed to be chilly, gee, it's not working. But a lot of them have very similar aesthetics. A lot of them go for like visors for eyes, or they tend to wear like much more sleek, like bodysuit type clothing. So I think that you are getting a lot out of intersecting your design with ghost. I do think though, the ghost mechanic, I was wondering if you had some sort of like floaty thing or like mummy because of all of the straps, all the bandages hanging out. So I do wonder if something like giving your coat that like torn sheet trim might clarify it just a little bit. Because for me, I wasn't certain that you were a ghost. I thought you were a mummy without reading it maybe as your secondary thing. But then if you just add a little bit of that adds some nice little bits of detail in the chest area that can add some asymmetry in a nice way. And then let me like, whoops, hang on, give me this color, please. So I can like cut up into these parts too. So then if it's a little bit damaged, it might help out. Yeah, like how neck strap is like the neck fluff you usually see with bee designs. Yeah, so there is some like clever congruent design happening here. Usually you'll see like neck fluff, but here you have neck bandages that are filling out a similar scale of area. They're hanging out in the same area, but they're doing something different. Honeycomb wisps. Ooh, I like the way you're thinking. That could be neat. Where like, if it was like, let me pick colors that are already here. Let me like make something nice and like wisp. And then I'll take the like darker color of this and draw like honeycomb, and like maybe it's like dripping or something too. Like it's both fire and dripping in like a honeycomb-y way. Like that could be interesting, potentially. I'm not sure I've executed this the way that you were intending for me to. Why is this not drawing? Hello? My brush just too small? It might be. I was reading more spider at first because the transparent part of the wings blended into the background. Oh, I could see that. That might just be something with opacity then, yeah. Yeah, honeycomb I think is good. Yeah, and I do also appreciate the muted, more earthy tones here. I feel like a lot of the bees I've seen are very, like, overwhelmingly vibrant almost. So the slightly reduced vibrancy here I think is working to our benefit, where it does make you stand out a lot more from the others that I have seen in that way. And I am guessing that I am seeing some of the transparency here from the background, unless that's just like space reflections happening. I will say, one of the things that I think is weaker going on here is the symmetry, where I appreciate the bandages that are creeping from one leg to the other. That's a nice asymmetrical moment. And that one of your straps is just a little bit longer than the other. But your silhouette is completely symmetrical as far as I can tell. Other than like one little moment in your hair. Even the rest of your hair is completely symmetrical. Other than your bangs. So, like we had said with our previous fella, or like the moth before, just having a couple little places where that perfect symmetry is broken in the hair, so it's not exactly the same left to right, can really go a long ways in loosening a design up. And theoretically, it shouldn't take that much more work to rig, just a couple more little things. Tattered bee wings? Yeah, maybe if they were tattered, that could also help, where like if we could see like that some of the wing is shredded, we can see how this bee maybe met their end I'm wondering if there's something lore-wise going on here. They are they, them, but do you know how the bees at the beginning of winter, I forget if it's all species, it might just be honeybees, but they kick the drones out. They like, what do they like pluck their wings and kick the drones out of the hive so that they don't have to feed them. And I'm almost wondering if that would be like an interesting lore or backstory for this character, and that like they were kicked out of the hive or something. Yeah, it's really brutal. Who are they talking to? I'm talking to you. I'm talking to all of you. I'm just talking out loud. Sometimes I'm talking to Twitch chat and sometimes I'm talking to YouTube chat, but I'm just talking. I'm just speaking in the streamer sense. Not to anyone in particular, just out loud. But yeah, that is a thing they do, yeah. They don't have a stinger, so what if they died defending the hive? That could also be interesting too, if they died defending the hive because they don't have their stinger any longer. Because that is how, I mean, bees do not survive after using their stinger. Murder their fellow bees? They do, unfortunately. Unfinished business is that the invader got away. They're unfinished. They're unfinished business. They're unfinished business. Sorry, I'll stop. What's wrong with me today? Hi, Cotton Candy Floss. I knew I had a valid reason to be afraid of bees. Yeah, unfinished beeswax even, yeah. Bumblebees do survive, okay. Interesting. And yes, I am also not she, I am they, them. Oh, Squiiji mentioning a you as in, yeah, the designer is probably who I was referencing as in you. You as in, beam bee, baby. It's just honeybees. Wow. Honeybees are the most brutal. That's hardcore that they do that. Wild. But yeah, I think generally what we're sort of sensing here is a want for things to be a little bit more tattered. Tattering the clothing a little bit, tattering the wings a little bit. I think that will help push us in the direction of ghost a little bit more as well, as opposed to undead. You've got the fully dark scleras, which do make your eyes relatively focal, but for me, right now, just left to my own devices, I am looking at these rings before anything else, unfortunately, right now, as far as focal point goes. And it's just because we don't have something that feels this bright. These warm whites feel like they're almost darker in value because of just how high contrast these are against the shorts. So I would almost suggest, like, you already have these honeycombs as the little like clasps up there. Don't go for a silver metal, go for a warm metal, because I think that will help to make these less focal. And then you've got this really, really bright specular highlight on it. Just push the value of this darker. Don't go for that bright of a specular highlight maybe, where like instead have like this be, you know, the thing that defines it as metal. That'll push it back a little bit. So do you see the difference between left and right? Yeah. They only die if they sting mammals because the skin is sticky. What else would they be stinging? Because their stingers are barbed. What would they be stinging other than mammals? Do they sting reptiles? Do reptiles cause them a threat? I guess they probably do, don't they? Ha. Plastic container, thank you for following. Are those bandaged hands? Maybe make a gap in there. Yeah, they are bandaged hands. And once again, like, opportunity for subtle asymmetry is, do the hands have to be bandaged exactly the same from left to right? Where like, we can have some of these bandages sit a little bit differently, or like, what if one of them has bandages that sit a little bit looser? Or like, what if this one, on this hand, we can see the piece where it's sort of trailing down and off of it, but not on the other side, just so that they're not perfectly exactly the same left to right. Amphibians, yeah, I guess amphibians, other insects. How, this might be a really dumb question. Are their stingers small enough to sting other insects? Interesting. Birds, can't escape them as easily. Yeah, I guess they would get birds, but I was thinking about like other insects. The scale of that is intriguing. I've never also thought about birds getting stung by a bee, which does make sense. And you know, I guess a lot of spiders would be big enough that they could get stung. They sting wasps and spiders. Huh, this is how you learn something new every day kind of situation for me. It makes sense, but I just hadn't considered it before. That would be a thing they could do. What is the I wasn't aware that that was the thing. How does that go? That was a thing you could do. The musical? I don't know what musical that's from. I think that's Lin-Manuel Miranda's voice, but I could be wrong. I wasn't aware it was a thing that a bee could do. My cats have been stung by bees also. My poor sweet boy Ace, who is no longer with us, not because of this reason, but he did give us a really bad scare many years ago. We thought he was like in actual like really bad danger, but it turns out he was just stung by a bee on his nose. Hard to believe that I couldn't see. There's a lot of things that are hard to believe. Jab between the chitin plates. Yeah. Also, yeah, lots of NBs today. NBs, do we feel like we relate to bugs maybe more than mammals in some manner? Maybe? Because like there are a lot of bugs that don't have gender binary the way that we consider it. Like bees, I don't think have the gender binary as strongly. Like you have workers and you have drones and you have, I think there's another kind too, I can't remember. There's like 3 or 4 different kinds of bees, right? The queen, but I thought there was another one too. There might not be. But there is more variety as far as gender presentation, or yeah, they don't have sexual dimorphism like humans do. Yeah, queen, drone, and worker. So I wonder if that's speaking to us, the NBs. Or if it's speaking to us. Wasn't aware that was something a person could do. Is that Hamilton? I've never watched Hamilton. But yeah, that would make sense. Insects don't always look how humans see gender. Yes, the NBs! You're right! The NBs! Love it, maybe? More of a siren non-binary person. Yeah, I as far as like my flavor of non-binary, I am like mushroom non-binary, obviously. Mushrooms don't have sexual dimorphism or gender in any sense. But also I am more of like a warforged or robot NB. What flavor of NB are we? That's an interesting question to ask. Are we robots, insects? What are the other options? I don't know what siren means, but I guess that's like some sort of sea creature maybe? Interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if NBs relate more to bugs. Yeah. Like alien, I think, is another one of them. Yeah. Aw. Intriguing. Interesting. Anyways, these are really bold, and I've made them less so, but I still feel like they could be pushed back even further, maybe, so they're less distracting. Because focally, they are the focal point for me right now, unfortunately. They're almost becoming eyeballs because of their shape. Yeah. Ants have 3 genders and at least 4 roles. Interesting. Intriguing. Alien non-binary, alien flavored non-binary. Bird NB. Hey, that's also true. I found out that there are species of birds that do not have, like they have different kinds of chromosomal combinations that aren't just 2 sometimes. I believe there's a kind of bird that has 6 chromosomal combinations in what we determine to be like the gender determining ones for mammals. But also, they have more roles than just 2 also. So bird NB is also valid, I would say. Are mushrooms flora or fauna? Neither. We have our entire own kingdom. We're our own group. So I am not flora or fauna. We are more closely related to people than we are to plants, I think, was the determination that was made. I think we are the 3rd F kingdom, maybe. Certain fish like clownfish can transition. That's true also. There's a lot more variety out there than people want to pay attention to sometimes in their arguments against why I shouldn't exist as a person. And I have all of my evidence here. All of my evidence is ready. It is at the ready. I'm always ready to defend myself. That's what happens when you live in the middle of nowhere. Anyways, so for being a bee, I can tell that you're a bee. The striping being entirely in your legs will make it a little bit more challenging when you are in VTuber view for us to know that you are a bee. So my singular, maybe subtle suggestion to you is just make this bottom, like separated piece of fabric here darker. So that way we have at least 1 stripe happening in the upper body. I'm gonna put this on a multiply layer.
Fungus is so non-binary as well.
Pardon me? Carrie, what's going on? They've possessed you once more. I know what it is. Every time we confirm a phrase, for some reason, the text-to-speech reads it. And for some reason, so non-binary was not allowed, which also doesn't make sense. I think that's one of those auto-detect things where it thinks that maybe you're being mean to me when you say that. I don't know. Anyways, you can say the word non-binary. You can say that we're so non-binary. Gary apparently can also say it, but as someone else. That's Gary, if more non-binary. Wacky, silly, funny. So some divas say homosexuality is found in every species, but homophobia is only found in humans. So which one's unnatural? That's fair. That is interesting. And this is like British all over again, where was it specifically, I don't even remember how that went. Was it specifically the word British that was getting people bonked? I can't remember how that went when we were having trouble with that. But all I'm saying is make that a brown stripe, and I think that will be enough of a hint when we are in upper body view for us to know that you are a bee. Also, my other question to you is, you've got this crisscross pattern happening here. Why not honeycomb it? Why not honeycomb it? My thought here is you could make it honeycombs. I'm gonna just draw like a flat piece of fabric, theoretically. Ooh, hang on, hiccups. Flat piece of fabric. And then you have this brighter color happening on top of it to make up the pattern. What if that brighter pattern was like a real... Hang on, I picked a color that's too light. Hang on, try again. There we go, pick this really light one. There we go. And then made it have a... This brush is too small. Honeycomb pattern, but make it kind of like wobbly. So that it feels like it's drawing from that ghost angle, so it's not quite right. Or like you could even have it be like it's dripping down into the other shapes below it in some manner, right? Funny we're talking about insects. Was it last week? I think it was, where I was having trouble with, I kept having insects on me without me expecting there to be insects on me. Just like randomly hanging out, and then suddenly there was a spider on me. Or like, we have ants right now. We're having an interesting issue with just like the little teeny tiny ants. And I am somebody who is always like weirdly paranoid that I have bugs on me. It's just one of those like paranoia things. I always think there's a bug on me. And right now it's not unheard of for there to be a bug on me. Yeah. So it's activating things. And now since we're talking about and looking at insects, I keep like brushing my legs to be like, there's no ants on my legs. There are no ants on my legs. E.g. it is okay. There are no ants on your legs. Cool it. Calm it. Got different bugs falling on me. Oh, I've had bugs fall on me. Let me tell you. When I was a kid, in our basement, we used to have this like fan in our basement bathroom. We had an enclosed Pittsburgh toilet. It was once a Pittsburgh toilet. We don't live in Pittsburgh, but the concept of the Pittsburgh toilet. But like it became enclosed at some point and then actually became a bathroom in the basement, which is kind of cool. But the fan that was in that room was well known for dumping and depositing bugs out of it, so we didn't like to turn it on, but we would get yelled at if we didn't turn it on after we used the bathroom. So I was washing my hands, and at that point in my life, I wore a lot of headbands. That was a thing that I was well known for doing. I went through a headband phase, and I had all kinds of really like fun, funky colored ones, you know, early 2000s, as it were. Fun, funky colored ones, really thick ones. I'm washing my hands, and I felt something on top of my head shift. And I just thought it was my headband, like shifting forward, like it's gonna fall down over my eyes. So I like tossed my head back to try and like shift it back in place. And I feel something like fly off my head onto the ground. I was like, I turn around, and I kid you not, the spider, like, the entirety of the size of my palm on the floor behind me. And I did shriek loud enough that Shroom Mom heard me and came running down and was like, oh my god, that is a big spider, because she used to make fun of me for being afraid of big spiders that weren't big enough to warrant fear. That spider warranted fear. Also, we've been raided! Hello! Welcome in, the best. Hi, how are you? I am Squiiji. I am sorry you entered to me telling a story about a spider. But I am Squiiji, freelance artist, Fungi, and also an art educator. And we are doing VTuber design critiques today. We are critiquing bug insect VTubers, which is why we're talking about spiders. Shroommates, can you rotate for the raiders? I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? And if you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snork-me-me-meing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. But yeah, I did get sneak attacked by a really giant spider. And I was not happy about it. Also, thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. But anyways, what was I saying? Where were we about this design? I kind of forgot what we were talking about with the design itself. I've been kind of focused. I've had some allowed tangents. Yeah. Bird sex chromosomes are reversed compared to mammals, allows cuckoos to lay eggs in multiple species nests, as the genes for egg colors only passed matrilinearly? What? Whoa. Hang on, that's interesting. Bird fun fact for you here today. No, spiders, that one's sneaking up on me from the ceiling. Oh, I like spiders generally. They're so endearing. I think about often, I don't know if you guys remember, but Very Cherry rated us once and told me about her pet jumping spider, and I think about that all the time. I love funny little spiders. I love jumping spiders. They're so endearing. They're so cute. Giant enemy spider. Yeah, we did mention Germa earlier. I like jumping spiders. They're really cute. Wait, you also had a pet jumping spider? You are now legally required to show me your pet jumping spider in the Discord animal server. Hold your hand gently. I really want to see it. I love them. I guess I sure hope you had one, but yeah, jumping spiders are such cute, precious buddies, and there's one that lives in my office with me. I don't know where he is right now, but I've had one living in my office for like 3 weeks now. There he is. He's up there. I'll get a picture of him for you at some point. There's a little brown one that is usually in my office somewhere. He's hanging out up by my soundproofing right now. And I love him. He's my friend. I should name him. There was a second one for a couple days too, but I haven't seen it since. But yeah. Like 25 years ago? No! Well, if you ever get another one, I want to see. Anyways, focusing. Stop distracting me talking about cute jumping spiders. I gotta focus again. So, maybe the pattern that is on your clothing could be honeycomb and could be sort of wobbly and decrepit. So that way that's also feeding into that ghostly angle that you have going on. And then, similar to how we said this about another character, I feel like you could be grimed up a little bit for being a ghost. Like, do I have a good grunge brush? I feel like I do. Like, is this grunge? That's not drawing. Hang on. Those roses? That's not grunge. That's mislabeled. Whoop, hang on. Let's see. Do I have a better, like, gross texture brush? Yeah. Hang on. Texture it up. If you died, I would expect you to not be so clean, maybe. Just have, like, a little bit of, like, nasty texture happening in some places. Yeah. Hello, I'm new here. Nice to meet you. What pronouns do you go by? I am they, them. Nice to meet you, too. I am, yes, we were talking non-binary stuff earlier. Tis I, the NB. So I live on my patio and I do a macro lens so I can try. If you do try, I want to see, please. Please, I do want to see if you do try. It goes for any of you. If any of you take, like, cool bug photos, you're welcome to put them in the pets area of the Discord. I like bugs. Anyways, focusing. Grunge it up. I gotta lock back in. I got too distracted loving bugs. But that's topical, somewhat at least. But anyways, a little bit of grunge could maybe go a long ways here to make you also feel properly ghastly. Because I can't think of many ghosts who have not gone through it. And I think that would also relate to your lore in some manner, potentially also. So grunge it up just a little bit, grime it up, be a little grime. What did we not talk about? Silhouette, you've got good weight because of your wings. You're nice and wide around your hip area, also because of your big billowing sleeves. As far as silhouette goes, your positive negative space play is really nice. These bandages are creating a lot of nice little opportunities tucked in here to have some negative space interplay happening. And you are gonna be kind of hard to select probably because you're, yeah, I'd have to select all of the little like inner spaces manually in order to get your silhouette. Let's see, can I do it? This fella was gonna be a thumbnail fella, but their image wasn't big enough, so I couldn't make them a thumbnail fella, unfortunately. but they will still get points for that anyway because I thought they were cute and charming. And then that. So then, hang on, if I invert, I can do an actual silhouette check. Yep, there we go. That's more or less what the silhouette is as far as opacity goes. And like, I would say that's probably a pretty easily discerned silhouette. The bandages make you pretty distinct. The really big, droopy, almost squared off wings are distinct. The antennas being down in the hair, I think, is pretty distinct too. I feel like most antennas we see are posed straight up. So them being down, I think, while also adding to you having a little bit more of a quiet or like sad mood about you, you know, you are a ghost. I think tonally it's good, but it's also helping differentiate you further from other designs too, potentially. So yeah, I think the stars in the sky, or like a pollen cloud. A pollen cloud might be interesting. That could probably go well with our wisp we had made. If I were to go, hang on. Normal, add glow, and then you could almost have a, where was that tool I was just using? Like a pollen cloud floating around with a wisp or something. That might be neat. Make this less intense. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Something like that could be quite cool. So, what else we not talk about? Let me start grading. I didn't start grading, and then I think that'll help me figure out where we had not been yet. So, color palette. I really appreciate the more muted colors as an application for a bee, and I think that you still have managed to have an interesting take on a mostly monochromatic palette. You might be getting slightly into analogous color schemes. You've got one nice moment of red, and that red, you've balanced it pretty well. Usually red being so high chroma makes it really distracting. But the red is not distracting me. Your face is still really focal because of the contrast from your skin tone against your hair. The only thing that was goofing up the focal point for me is these little bright objects on your pants. So I may have to reduce some points for that. But color palette wise, I do enjoy it a good bit. Focal point, it is unfortunately those little sockets that are on your legs area. But your face is still fighting, so you do still get points for that. Silhouette is fantastic. We did not do a ladder, so we can do one. Let me grab a new layer here and grab my tool. New videos when I get time to edit them. I will say, for what it's worth, as sad as it makes me, making videos did not pay the bills very well, unfortunately, for me. So the time that used to be spent making videos is time that does have to be spent paying my bills. Oh, hi, Spicy Noodles. My neck sensed your presence here, just a little bit. How are you? But the time that would have been spent editing videos is now spent doing commission work for the most part. So that is why I haven't had a new upload in, it'll be a year in the fall, so it will be a while, unfortunately. And that does make me sad, because I did like making them, I did like putting them out, and I liked talking about them. I actually have had some scripts recorded for like months and months and months and months at this point. I had a video that was on the topic of copying in designs that we're gonna come up on a year since I recorded part of it with Billy. I actually did a stream for part of it. It was like my second stream I ever did, but I just never edited the video, so it just hasn't come out yet. And then same deal, I had one talking about the ever frustrating intersections between AI and VTubing. I had that, which also like is more than a year old at this point, which is crazy. It's been a while. I would love to put a new video out. I just have not gotten to. I'm still planning to upload the VR chat video. I don't know where I was gonna put the VR chat video. I might put it on second Squiiji so people can witness it as like a VOD almost, but I don't really want to edit it yet. I don't know. I haven't gotten around to that yet. As unfortunate as it is, I have been ridiculously busy since like February on a couple big projects, so I have not gotten to really work on any of my own things since Squiiji. There's like emotes I've been wanting to do, there have been a ton of things, and I just have been kind of stuck. Yeah, unfortunately AI is still relevant. People are weirdly thinking VTubers are AI. I know, every couple of weeks I see something where someone thinks something VTubing related is AI, or someone's trying to make it seem like the future of VTubing is AI. It's not. It is frustrating. But eventually I would like to get back to doing those kinds of projects, if I could. Makes sense, love your videos. Thank you. Refuse to pay bills, throw tea in the harbor. No, I do need to live in a house, because if I do refuse to pay my bills, I can't stream to you, so that will not happen. Did you say to post bugs in art or pets? If it's a photograph that you took that you would consider art, you can post it in art. If it is something where the point of it was just to be like, yay, bug, you can post it in pets, probably. Yeah. What if we use AI to rig the models? There's still such an artistry to rigging models, though. We've talked about this before. I feel like there are applications that I would not argue with of AI in some artistic processes where, like, if there was an AI tool that would unwrap models as optimally as possible, I feel like no one would complain about that for like UV unwrapping. Or like if there was something like that for like in 3D doing like optimized retopology. I don't really think there's many people on this earth who enjoy retopology. That just ends up being like a busy work thing that is frustrating to people. I feel like those might be good options for integrating AI into something, but don't any AI that is doing what would otherwise be considered creative work, I think is part of the issue. And yeah, it also does depend on where it's learning from. So like, I do think there are ways we could ethically have AI involved in some arts, but like never being the one making the art or making the rig or like doing the big picture parts of the creation, right? Yeah, I don't know. Ever fluctuating! Thank you for 1 year! Oh my god! It truly is a year at this point. It's been more than a year since I've existed, which is insanity. But welcome back! I hope you've enjoyed rotating for a year. I think my emotes will have existed for a year, like next week or something, which is crazy. 2.0 EG debuted the 20th of July a year ago, so that's also wild. Time flies! Haha, insects! Haha, time flies! Insects! The time it saves you just means you put more work into other things. Yeah, like, I could see AI being used if there's a way to do it that is respectful and also not, depending on where the data comes from, that is just getting rid of the busy work parts of certain processes, so that way I am therefore freed up to do the fun parts, to do the creative parts, stuff like that. Yeah, I was helping tool in science would be awesome. A ton of data that has to be screened or put together. Yeah, like that is somewhere I'm okay with it, but yeah, in creative fields, it still bugs me. Are your commissions under NDA? You could stream just drawing. We're here for you, not only for advices. I appreciate it. Here's the problem. I am really inefficient when I'm live. I'm so incredibly inefficient when I'm live. I don't know if you've noticed that about me. I get so distracted. I'm not good at talking and drawing or modeling at the same time. And unfortunately, secondarily, it's not that a lot of the stuff's under NDA, but a lot of the things that I work on are things where people don't want the design work or whatever it is shown until it's done, because they're gonna have like a big debut and celebrate it and show it off, and they don't want it seen before that happens by like the public. So like which I understand. So like, unfortunately, I can't. Yeah, multitasking in general has proven to be very ineffective for me. So anyways, did you guys throw ladders at me yet? Let me make a layer so that we can actually see the ladder. What are your thoughts on this one here? Ow. Do you think the upper half of the body is more important than the longer half of the design due to the nature of VTuber face cam? Yeah, we call that the upper half focus. Ouch, oof, ouchie. Yeah, Selma, Amber, I agree. Ouch. Yeah, we call that upper half focus in VTuber design. If the legs aren't as designed as the rest of the body is, then that's fine. Usually, because we're rarely gonna see them. I am one of few VTubers whose legs are seen often on stream, and it's just because I have redeems that let you see my legs. Most VTubers, you never see their legs. There's some VTubers who I would have no clue what their legs look like if I hadn't drawn them at some point. But that's not to say the legs shouldn't be well designed, but yeah, you should have more detail clustered around the head usually. So, the couple dangerous ladders that did fly in my face, I would agree with. There are some nice broken steps throughout here. There's a little bit of repetition happening here with too close together, big gap, too close together, big gap, too close together, big gap. That's not terrible, and it is at least clustering a lot of the details and the contrast in the details around the face, which is helping with the focal point. It's helping to fend off some of the troubles being caused by these two little things being so bright. Let's see, where are all my layers that I had? Turn back on my layers. Come back. There we go. Yeah! Unless someone's already has a following, there's no reason in doing surprise design reveals. To me, even if they do have a following, I do think it still does benefit them to have their design be shown on streams while it's being worked on or being designed, because it helps build hype for it being used. Helps raise awareness also that it'll debut eventually, but I can understand why people want to have secrecy around stuff like that at the same time too, so it goes either way. It can be good for marketing to show it, but it could also be good for marketing to hide it at the same time. It can go either way. But, yeah, that was the ladder. Silhouette, it passed the ladder. Complexity versus clarity, I don't really have any trouble. I think this would pare down quite well into a marketable plush. There's enough detail that it feels like it's specific, but there's not too much overwhelming detail. I think I just want a little bit more, which is why I'm adding some more things with the texture, and I want that pattern to be more considered maybe. But it's not too bad. I might put it like here, whoops, just for those couple little nitpicky things. And then for concept and motif, right now you are reading as a mummy as opposed to a ghost, I think, from the bandages. So I do think that making some of these bits a little bit more torn up would help. Having like floating little wisps that are honeycombs might also be a good hint. Then also just like one little thing that I've thought about is that we do associate ghosts with chains a little bit as well. And I'm wondering how it would change this design if this ribbon, instead of being a ribbon, was like a red chain of some sort. Let me just like test this. Because we tend to associate like ghosts with being shackled maybe a little bit more. I might not be able to do this in a way that looks great or makes especially that much visual sense, but like, let's see. I'm not gonna be able to redraw it on top, but like in your mind palace, imagine if these were red chains instead and how that changes the design. It makes it feel heavier in that way, and I think that would also lend towards being a little bit more ghostly maybe. So I think I would put that here. The B angle is really nicely considered. I appreciate the way that you're differentiating yourself from others, but I want that ghost angle to be a little bit clearer. Grunge it up a little more, please. But you were also meant to be a fridge fella, and the reason you were not on the thumbnail is because you were just too small. This canvas, oops, not this one. This canvas is like, let me see. Which canvas size? This is 900 pixels. This is less than 1080 in total height. This is really tiny as an image, so I just couldn't, it just couldn't be scaled up, unfortunately. Yeah. Like to yap. Hi, Squishy Bee. I was watching Nanolist. She is drawing Shy Lily, Buff Pup, Iron Mouse without problems. Yeah, but that's because for Shy Lily and Buff Pup and Iron Mouse and stuff like that, for them, they are accepting of the angle that to have the design worked on live on a stream is to their benefit. And like Nanolist, for all intents and purposes, is pretty popular as an artist as well. So like, when you are having your design worked on by somebody who is already popular as an artist, it helps you because then all the people who are seeing your art be worked on will also maybe take an interest in you as well. It goes both ways, but for me, it's been overwhelmingly that people don't want to have the stuff I work on shown on stream before it's done. Overwhelmingly. There's been very few who have been okay with it, and I haven't ended up going through with it for most of them either. Just because I'm yapping too much. I feel like it wouldn't be interesting enough. I don't know. We'll see. Talking about the canvas sizes again? I am. Canvas sizes are mentioned often, but I think I got a full grade here. 2, 4, 6, 8.5, 9.5 again? Really high grades here today. I'm very happy. Shoemace, I'm proud of you. Let's see. Can I do... see how many designs I'll get through today. But can we get a round of applause for BMB? Please. BMB. That's the sound clapping makes when you're EG. Someone should hire me to just make awful sound effects for like a game or something. Not that one, that's copyrighted. But there are some really funny ones that could be made some way, somewhere, somehow, right? And it's technically not a commission, but if you wanted to work on my voxel model in stream, you can, EG. Honestly, maybe. I might say bet on that one, potentially. Maybe. Maybe I will, actually. People have been wondering how I make the voxel models, and if you're okay with that, maybe I will at some point. because the voxel models don't require that much brain power for me to work on, so that could maybe be a potential. Might need mutton noises. How many gifted subs for it? You're gonna pay me to be your creature? Honestly, we can talk about that. We can talk about that. If you want me to be mutton. My voice is high, so as long as mutton is okay with a kind of voice, that's fine. Sure. I would hire you for a soundboard. Oh, thank you. Same for me in the low poly since I'm already being worked on stream. That's true. Incinda is within the next month potentially going to have 2 models in progress for me, which will be kind of funny. EG, I'll pay you to voice D&D creatures? Yeah, let's go. As a DM, my favorite voice to make for DMing is, I love to voice funny little creatures that lurk in the dark. I love when I get to talk like this and be really creepy and mysterious and strange. So I can do a couple of character voices that are kind of interesting. That's one of the ones I like. I can't do much in the way of voice deepening. I gotta learn those. I really want to. I want to learn to have a deep voice just so that I can pull the Gatmoe of speaking really deep but being cute little shroom. We'll work on it though. Sheep can pay in wool. That's true. I can crochet a nice sweater. A sweater. Anyways, we'll keep schmoving, but I'm glad you like my smoker goblin. Love voicing kobolds. Yeah. Voicing kobolds is good. I love voicing centaurs also because I just shout. I just make myself sound really brutal and loud to be a centaur usually. And it's very fun. You know, I want to work on my higher register to whiplash people by switching from natural voice to high voice. Yeah, Remedy, you do have like a nice, like, soothing voice, I would say. But like, I can talk really high. I can be up here. Hi, I'm Squiiji. This is really high. This is kind of uncomfortable to do. But if I was voicing like a little fairy or something, I could talk like this. But yeah, that would be an interesting one to practice is, yeah, whatever your natural voice is, just pull the total opposite of it. Not you dotting. Sorry, am I wounding you guys? Oh, there was a bug on me. There was an ant. Hello. Goodbye. Out of here. Anyways, we got another bee. That's actually the voice I would assume this fellow would have is a voice that's like this. Voice training's hard. It is. Voice training is a need for me as well, and it is kind of tough. Attack on Tato. Wait, I've seen this one before? Have you? Have you seen this person out there in the world? You may have. They exist. Or she does. She's out there. Attack on Tato. She, her. I don't know if it's Tato or Tato. That concept is a Vtuber / B-tuber. Like Vtuber, but B-tuber. The design is essentially based off of IRL me, but cuter and bee themed. I wanted to make my design something that I would wear IRL, but that hopefully still looks interesting as a Vtuber design. So, as we had like kind of just said before, oh, on the Discord. Oh, I wonder if she is in the Discord. She might be, maybe. This is much more in keeping with generally the way that I see bees as VTuber designs. And the same thing as I said before when we were talking about, I think it was Alex, maybe was the person. I want you to have a secondary motif. The reason why this works so well as a bee themed design is because there's 2 things going on here. There's layers to the concept. This isn't just a bee, this is a bee ghost. And by adding that second layer, that opens up a whole wide world of possibilities. However, when you only have like one thing going on and the second thing that you have is kind of just a fashion sense, sometimes that's not enough, especially when it's a fashion style that is as common as sort of like techwear inspired clothing is. Especially the combo of techwear with bee seems to be especially common. So I would highly recommend to you pick up a secondary layer to your concept. Yam has a really good video about VTuber concepts and about how to make nice layered ones. But if you can answer the questions of what is your clothing aesthetic, what is a visual motif, what is a species, what is like, there's like a whole bunch of other questions we could ask that could help you answer those things. Like, what do you like on stream? You seem like you might be a little bit gremlin-y, maybe. But like, there could be more going on here. And similarly, I do end up yearning for another color, which I think we would probably get through adding a secondary motif here as well, maybe. But yeah, The mascot? Oh, the mascot is really cute and also very unique. The mascot is, by not being exactly directly a bee, it is very unique and is very cute. Our first model artist is a Vtuber? Vtubers! Not saying I got a bingo, just mentioning it. Ah, hang on. Have I gotten bingo? When was the last time I checked my bingo? I don't think I'm getting bingo. I think I won't. Good God. I don't think I'm gonna get bingo today. I'm like not even remotely close to bingo right now. Monster? I needed more exaggeration for something. Drop shadows. Didn't give any bonus points for concept. No twin tails. I didn't explain the ladder test, although I could. Mismatched socks. I did reference Trigon! Hang on, I did reference Trigon. I referenced Trigons with sunglasses. I didn't change any eye colors, no uniforms, no idols, no hoodies, no fantasy formal wear. We've had plenty of contrast between hair and skin, no clown or jesters, and no hair vents. Dang, that's crazy. Sharita's been notified, prepare for B. Oh, did you ping them, Amber? To let them know that we're critiquing their design? Is that what you mean? Maybe, perhaps? Question mark? Potentially? Intriguing. Speaking of mascots, my first model's artist mascot is a bee and Beagle hybrid. Oh my God, wait. See, like, that's beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Beagle. Beagle. By combining those two things, by having a bee and a beagle, you're opening up more possibilities as far as design goes. Hello, is it you? BVT? Hello, thank you for following. Is it you that was pinged that has appeared to us now? Is this you? For it to follow this account? That's okay. Has your @ changed? Would it be better? I can change your @ to BVT. B33 VT. That's a pretty good name, also. Is this your most recent? Oh, I guess that is also a good question. Is this your most recent submission? It was the most recent one I had seen in the form, but if it is not, you're welcome to let us know. We were only at this point discussing the fact that we wish that you had a secondary motif, mayhaps. Because right now you are a bee. I wish that you had another layer to your concept, because most of the bee-themed VTubers I've had have had very similar fashion styles as you have. So I think you could get a couple more points of separation between yourself and them by adding another layer to the concept. Yeah. Take a sip of water while I wait to hear. A beagle could also be a bee and a seagull? Wait. Have I made you guys see my Pringle? Which is a seagull Pringle. This is my only submission, but I have the new design in the server. Okay, bet. Let me find it. Where do you have it? Is it in... I'm gonna guess it's either in VTuber OC Showcase, maybe? Or it might be in the critique area. Where is it? I would love to critique the more recent one, because I think they'll probably be more helpful to you. Put a link in live suggestions. Oh, thank you, Amber. Thanks. Suggestions. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Whoa. Tactical? Okay, hang on. Let me scroll down to the bottom to make sure we have the most recent one. I think this seems like most recent. Wow, hang on. So this is getting way different from where it started in an interesting manner. Yeah, I see it. Thank you for pinging me. I've arrived. Oh, Peliopo. Thank you for gifting a sub to BVT. That was very kind of you. Could we rotate for them, please? That was very nice. Bestowed you a sub. The bestowing of the subs to the shroom state. Very kind. Thank you. Recommend B-post a high quality of the newest. I think the quality of this is okay. It's not too bad. I think this is the newest, right? This was the furthest down thing that I grabbed. So, as far as fashion goes, I think this is making some good moves to differentiate yourself in the way that I was hoping you would. And you have added a secondary motif, which is by making yourself much more like tactical, almost Gundam adjacent with the way that you've got like wing fins and stuff. It's neat. It's making me wish that your antennas were even more like a V fin. I am a Gundam fan, so I'm not gonna be able to unsee that as an opportunity. If you're not into that, that's fine. But like, you could really make these a V fin, and I feel like that would be fantastic. Hang on, I'm just giving them shape too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Make them more exaggerated and taller. Yeah. Add some glow to the parts when you move. Yeah, some glow could be interesting. Yeah, it is kind of like the Fire Force uniform. It's a little bit firefighter-y. What is the lore? Is there a lore change here? I guess I could read. I guess reading might be good for me. Let me see. Reading. Tactical cyborg vulture beetle. Oh, so you're not a bee anymore either. You're a vulture beetle. So what others think of the design. Very symmetrical, but that seemed fitting for the cyborg concept. Ah, I see. Not being a bee anymore, I think, is probably moving us in the right direction. I do think that you might have just a little bit too much of this red, especially all clustered in the center of the body. So I am wondering about color. Wondering about if some of this was just pushed to black on the inside maybe, and like maybe making the collar black as well, just so that the red is a little bit more broken up. That might be nice. And then maybe we could change the center of this strap to being a different color, so that way we can see it clearly against the edges of things. And then I might like put like a trim or something down on the bottom edge of this. Like I take this orange. Oops, hang on, that's a color layer. There we go. Like put a trim to the shirt like in here or something, and then make it so that like this is actually your thigh we're seeing in here. So that these have separate edges. That might be kind of nice. That might be kind of interesting. Love seeing how far designs come between their original submissions and most recent ones. Me too! There a bee that makes honey from What? A bee that makes honey from flesh? Oh my god! We were just talking about how hardcore bees are in that honeybees kill the drones for the winter. That's hardcore! Whoa! Honey from flesh! Oh my gosh, okay. I see. You know, that makes sense that you would be mechanical then. That's neat. I feel like we need you to be like, just like 30% more uncanny for that. Like, there's a part of me that wants you to have like, you know that like yandere blood splatter on the face? I feel like I want that for that angle of the lore. Just give me a little bit of like yandere blood splatter on the face. The eyes already being kind of like, I don't want to say like soulless, but they're really beady from being perfectly centered too, I think encapsulates the subtle horror of making something edible, making something that's considered sweet and delectable from flesh. You're definitely part of the decomposers, eh? Shout out my fellow decomposer, we love to see it. That's crazy, that's radical. So, things that I think about this right now are that I do think we need a little bit more clarity. All of this jacket is all really dark, and I feel like we could use to not be so dark, potentially. Might also get rid of this, just because I'm kind of overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of these horizontal lines. Are these considered shoes or not shoes? Great question. I don't have a ruling. I guess they are feet, because they're not wearing something over their mechanical feet. So this could be toes out if you need that for bingo, if you want to. Don't want to turn around and see this fellow looking at me. Yeah, this is the flesh harvester. I think they're ready to get your flesh. I also love your little creature you have sitting on your head. I want it to be bigger, because right now it's so small that we're not getting to fully enjoy it. So I'm gonna copy paste it and make it larger. Like that, maybe. You've got your little companion robot. I love it. Hang on. This is so cute. Hang on. So I am very proud of you to have done exactly the thing that I was suggesting you do before I told you. So that's good. Good intuition. How scandalous. So scandalous. But it's not scandalous because no website will auto-detect this as flesh. So you will be fine and you will be safe and it will be okay. The other thing I might do here is suggest making the way that these flare out, make these ones wide, longer, and then the ones below it shorter. That way we're getting more exaggerated shape from it, where before these are about the same width and that's not much further out than it is, but now we're creating sort of an arcing shape along the outside edge of it. Whoops, was I showing you that example what was hidden? Arcing shape! This is a little bit flat, but having an arcing shape is a little bit stronger. Right now, it also looks like you may have another part of your wing down here, but it feels like hands, so I might also suggest removing those, potentially. Should have a toggle holding a human arm. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. That's crunchity munchity. Oh, Amber. Not the crunchity munchity, good God. Okay. I do appreciate the subtle carbon fiber happening on your legs, but we can't see it at all from a distance. It might just be a tad too subtle, where I don't push it too much further. But like, I'll just do like a little patch maybe somewhere, just to see, where maybe like, you can just have some of them be brighter in like an area so that it's almost like a part of the thigh is highlighted. Let me just try. Let me attempt what I'm saying. I'm gonna do this. I'm going to make the edges sort of like gradate out a little bit. Honestly, I feel like maybe even the pattern of it could be bigger. Maybe. And then like, you know, you have like one down here and like one there, one like here, or like two maybe. Make them less opaque. And then if I like gradate them out around the edges so that it feels like they're like glowing or something. Like that. Oh, yep, hello, there's another ant on me. That's good. That's cool. That's fresh. Thanks. Go away. I'm just knocking the ants off of me. If I spent all the time kicking every ant out of my apartment right now, we would be trapped here forever. My mouse is not working properly. But yeah, that might help us to read the texture a little bit more. And honestly, that almost feels like honey that is spilled on you in some manner. I do also wonder if it might be interesting to make it seem like your fins out here are dripping. There's something to be said for the horror that is combining stuff that is so geometric with something really organic. So like that might feel, yeah, incredibly uncanny if these are just dripping for some reason. Not that you're necessarily going really far into the horror area, but a little bit of uncanny might be good. And then one of the things I did like in your previous iteration, hang on, let's go back. I liked this pop of blue that you had in the back of your hair for a color undertone. Thank you for the gloop, I appreciate it. I want that blue-purple undertone to come back, because I feel like it added a really nice amount of color depth, and then I might see if I can find somewhere else to put it as well in here, because it just adds good variety. Maybe if I go like this, normal color, I could put it like at the bottoms of your sleeves, like a gradient. Hang on. And not that strong, but just to like gradient in some other color for interest. Hang on, let me blur that. Airbrush erase. And then if it was like that, so it's becoming more purpley, that could be interesting. I did just want a little bit more of that blue throughout, yeah. Think of it being like honey joints. Oh, yeah, like if like the joints were like subtly just like leaking, instead of running on oil to sustain you, you're running on honey. Oh. I think it's a fun move. I did that. I think it's pretty good. Wait, Amber, do yours drip too? Interesting. I didn't know that. I was not aware of this. I love that as like just like a subtly uncanny thing. Or even like, you've got these like plate line separations in your face, which I think could be more exaggerated. But even like those could like be dripping. Why is this? Oh, it's underneath. Like, even that could be dripping with substance or something. I think the feeling that I'm having is that for the concept that you are, I want you to be a little bit grosser about it. Like, not that that's inherently gross. Nature finding a way to sustain a creature on any substance is beautiful. Decay and turning old flesh into something new and sustaining is beautiful. But I want more of that decay. Well, they don't drip, but they're filled with honey. Oh, okay. Yeah. I knew that. Yeah, bet. Yeah, push a little bit more into like the uncanniness of that, I think, where little bits of things that are dripping are nice. Maybe just like specifically blood itself. If your hair was like a little bit more disheveled, where you have like a couple pieces like sticking out and breaking that frame, that could be interesting. Makes you seem also a little bit more unsettled, potentially. I'm just lengthening these a little bit because they're touching just the edge of your shoulder almost in a tangent. But I think just some of those like little pops of weirdness, little pops of something we're not expecting is good. Squiiji, what's your opinion on non-humanoid designs? What do you mean, like in general or in VTubing? Might need a little more specificity for the question, but in general, I like them. Often they can be really cool. I love monster design and I love creature design for games. I got to design some vaguely, not really like humanoid, but bipedal creatures for something a long time ago, not as Squiiji. And it was some of the most fun I've ever had working in character design, was making these they were like these creepy, upright, like bird figures almost. They were bipedal, they weren't really humanoid, they were much more monstrous than humanoid. But it was so fun. I love doing that. It'd be cool if there are beehives inside of them. Whoa, could be. Also going for military tactical themes, so I definitely need to add more too. Yeah, if you're going for tactical, one of my favorite recent things that I've been enjoying adding in tactical designs is just like the funny little earpiece, like microphone thing that comes around the face. That might also be an idol inspired thing, but if you don't have a ton of stuff going around your face, that could be good. You already have the eye thing, but if you're going tactical, that little sci-fi, I don't even know what to call it. There are a lot of things in this layer. Yeah, hang on, I should use this layer. The funny little tactical gold or holographic thing that goes over an eye could be really neat here also. Let me add glow, or wait, hard light maybe? Yeah, hard light, gotta be one of my favorite layers. But that could be really neat to add some sort of tactical angle to it. A visor could be good, but I don't think you have to go for a full visor, but that would be neat. Really creepy aesthetic horror games, check out Darkwood. Darkwood has been recommended to me a couple times, potentially. Using the blue orchard bee or blue banded bee if you want the blue and yellow orange color. Both are solitary. They already have a bee picked out. They have a very specific bee already picked out. So I just wanted a little bit more of the blue throughout, but I don't think it has to have blue. I just wanted a little more color depth happening. But dang, I would say that you have made some pretty good, significant, and beneficial upgrades to your design since the previous version. Oh, Bolts! Hi, Bolts! Also, hi, Bolts! Thank you for resubscribing! Welcome back! Can you hear me popping my mouth for you? But welcome back! I can enjoy getting to rotate some more! 2 months EP! Is it working? I can see it picking up, but it might be too quiet under the music. Glad to be back though. Welcome back! How are you, Bolts? How are you doing? I guess glad is part of how you're doing, but yeah. Where was I also? My brain is kind of all over the place now. I was doing really well with staying focused on things, and then I forgot. So hang on. Concept-wise, I'm getting the mechanical aspect, I'm getting the insect. I think, I just don't know the kind of bee that you are off the top of my head, so that is why I didn't recognize that immediately, but you are a bug very clearly. And the kind of bee that you are isn't especially common, so I think that's all the more people need to get from you. You are mimicking the other one that does exist pretty well. I see it in the Discord server. Although, one of the standout things about that one is that it's fuzzy to me. So, I might make the same suggestion to you that we made to someone else, because this will also increase the uncanniness factor too. If you just make it seem like this is really threadbare or something, where we can see little bits of the thread of it sticking out off the edges, that'll make you feel a little bit more uncanny as well, which might be nice. Good, just got back from AX, catching up. That's fair. I hope everybody who went to AX had a good time. It's been like the FOMO gauntlet. Over the last month, there was Off Guy and then AX, and the entirety of it, I'm like, I wish I could afford travel right now. I have too many projects that are done. I'm looking forward. I finally get to go to a con at the end of this month, beginning of next month. I get to go to Otakon, but that's the only one I'm doing this month, or this year, because it's so expensive. I don't make the kind of money to go to a bunch of conventions, unfortunately. But I hope everybody had so much fun. I was living so vicariously through all the pictures people were posting of things. They're so fun. Hi, Bleak. Otakon shout out. Bleak appears. Yeah. No, I was planning to go to Otakon. Bolts, are you kidding me? Are you not going? Bolts. There's not very many VTubers going to Otakon. I have a wedding? No! No! Bolts, I knew you'd gone before, so I was hoping you were going. Gone the past 4 years? Bolts, I've gone to Otakon every year and I've somehow never seen you. And the one year where I would know you to see you, dang it. That's okay. Otakon's not a very popular like VTuber one, I will say. When I went last time, I didn't know any other VTubers who had went. This year, I think Kenny's going, so I'll see Kenny. I know Kenny. But that might be the only other VTuber that I know of. Yeah, AX is a rough one as far as affordability goes also. Yeah, because it's very crowded. Yeah, next time. No, I don't mean to make you feel bad about it. Have fun at your wedding for sure. I'm just lamenting because I was like, Bolts will probably be going. Bolts has gone to Otakon every year. Bolts will probably be going. That's what they say about assumptions. Makes, you know what, out of me. You see, very poorly managed. Don't know if that has changed. Seems like people had a lot of fun at AX though. I will say Otakon used to also be very, very crowded. But since moving to DC, the first year in DC was rough with the line situation, but every year since then has been really fantastic. And the only trouble I've ever had is just the long lines at the beginning of the day to get down to like Artist Alley or Dealer's Hall. So otherwise it's been fine. But yeah, fear not, we will meet. We live on the same coast of the country. It'll happen sometime eventually, probably. We'll see. But yes, anyways. Design! Focusing on the design, this is, I don't know if this will be our final one for today. We'll see. We will see. But a little bit of fur. I think that adds some of the texture that I'm yearning for here, potentially. Because I do yearn for texture. Just a little bit here. You've got all these really hard, sharp geometric edges. So adding something more organic, like the drips and the fuzz, I think is going to be working in the right direction for you, potentially. Do you have a profession? Are you like a firefighter? Because I do read firefighter from this also, so that does make me curious. Gonna be so lost at Otakon. Don't worry, you won't get lost. It's not that big. It is well organized, so it's kind of impossible to really get very lost at it. Average AX experience is nearly burning down? What? Crazy. Insanity? I don't know what you're talking about. That's wild. I'm sorry it was almost burning down though. But more organics. Silhouette is much better, much stronger silhouette. You're much more unique by combining the two by combining the two parts of your concept. It is much clearer also. If you're not a firefighter, I would just encourage you to be a firefighter. But I don't know what that says about your concept that you are a creature that eats the flesh once they are deceased. So are you like the cleanup operation if people don't make it out of the fire? A table sense of direction? Hoshi, I will tell you, there's only two directions you can go at Otakon. You either go left or you go right. Like there's really not a way to get lost at Otakon. You go left or you go right. Like, for the main directions for Dealer's Hall. And the rooms are so big and open, it'll be not too hard. You can go up and down too, that's true. But there's not that much. It's a very easy to navigate space, and I say that as me. I have no sense of direction at all, even slightly, and I don't get lost. So I will reassure you of that. But yeah, I was also giving you a little bit of Promare, yeah, which is the combo of, yeah, firefighters, geometric patterns, a little bit of like Gundam, or just like mech influence. It's neat. I'm gonna start grading here. So, color palette wise, I do think your values are kind of crushed right now. Whoopsie. Your values are kind of crushed right now in that this is really dark, this is really dark, this is really dark, this is really dark. I feel like some of the things could be lightened a little bit. It's not the end of the world. Color-wise, I do think you just need a little bit of that cool color around the bottom of your hair. It helps make your face really focal. But otherwise, the colors are really nice. The gold fading into some more oranges, the reds. Good analogous color palette here so far. So, color palette I might put like right here. For silhouette's fantastic. You are pretty symmetrical, but if you are going for that sort of like uncanny symmetry, which I think you are by being a robot and also an insect, which are things that are very classically symmetrical, just the way that they are, I am willing to pass you for that. I'm willing to accept it because on a conceptual basis, I keep opening the wrong one, hang on. On a conceptual basis, they are things that are manufactured and you have a couple little moments of asymmetry in the one side of your body and then down here. So it's one of the ones where I'd say it's maybe okay. I will draw a ladder though before I give you a grade for silhouette because I do just want to check something fast quick here. This is my first time at Otakon since it was in Baltimore, super excited. I'll tell you, it's really nice at the convention center in DC. Joby went to it a lot when it was in Baltimore and it started getting quite crowded. just because of how popular it's been, which is such a blessing. It's, yeah, so spacious, but it is also so freaking hot outside. So do carry liquids, as Bleakish is saying. I will do, before I go to Otakon, we'll probably talk a little more extensively about it, and I will give my, like, hey, shroommates, take care of yourself. Here's Squiiji's Otakon Essentials, things to pack. That'll be good for you to bring with you. Just because over the years, I've gone a couple times, so like I know generally what stuff is very useful to have with you. Yeah, so here, eyes. I added that line. This one, I think I'll put there. Top of the head, I lengthened the antennas, they weren't that high. And then like the creature is another line. So that's something of a ladder. That's some kind of interesting ladder. Software nerd, thank you for following. Just finished collecting every block obtainable before Alpha 1.0.0. Is this a Minecraft reference? Question mark? Unclear. Privacy mask is a must-have. I would say not just a privacy mask, but a surgical mask, or like, what do you call it? An K, whatever those letters were. What were the masks that we wore during COVID? I'm glad that I've forgotten at this point, but wear a mask to prevent getting the con crust. N95, yeah, K, there's another K one though. Is it K95? It might be. Wear a mask so you don't get the con crust, as Vinny Vine Sauce puts it. Because there are so many people in such a big indoor space, all I hear coming out of all the conventions that VTubers go to, or just conventions in general, is people getting sick from it. So, I mean, I have a very, very bad immune system, and I will have a mask anyway for privacy, but do yourself a favor and wear a mask. There are mask options that are a little bit more breathable, and they don't give you like maybe complete 100% protection, but some is better than nothing, and you will thank me. Because I will tell you, in a very heartbreaking manner, the Jubby and I did get COVID from Otakon. I think the last time we went, actually, we got it. I got it, more specifically. Even though I was wearing a mask, I got it. And then I gave it to Jubby, unfortunately. So do be careful. And I think that was the first time I had COVID. And I was really sad because it was like 2023 or something when I got it. So rip. Yeah, cons scare me since almost everything makes me sick. Yeah, I will say cons are not always that especially friendly to people who are disabled or immunocompromised or anything like that. Yeah, handheld fan, yes. Mask plus crowded dealer's room can get pretty hot and humid. Yeah, well, yeah. I would agree with that statement. Handheld fan is just always honestly a good thing to have. But anyways, ladder. I would say this is a passably not safe ladder. Good clustering around the head, good variety of spaces. You've got a little bit of asymmetry in it over here. Not too shabby, not too shabby. So that's good in the right direction. I do think, as far as complexity and clarity goes, I am having some clarity trouble with the center of the body, which is why I removed the big vertical stripe and then pushed it to black. It was just too much going on there for me visually. So I think we can make a concession about that. But for silhouette, I'm gonna pass you. I will pass you. I've noted that you're symmetrical, but I think you're okay. As far as trying to lean into a little bit of uncanniness, I think that will work. For focal points, your head is very focal. Some of the other bright things do distract me just a little bit, but because they're radial and they're all pointing more or less into your face, your antennas point in towards your face, even these lines down here arc up. They are helping me to come to the center of the design and look you in the eye. Focal point wise, I think it's working pretty well. Concept and motifs, I do think you could push just a little bit more. I want to see you really lean into that becoming almost like a V-fin in like a Gundam-esque way. I want to see some of the uncanniness pushed of the fact that you are a bee that feeds on flesh. Oh, hi, Kato. How are you, Kato? This is Ultra Kill, yes, a little bit. This is Attack or BVT. B, is your name just B now? Or are you still Attack on Tato or Tato? What is your name these days? But focal point, good. We want just a little bit more mechanical interest. Do exaggerate that. Increase your V-fins. Increase the uncanniness. So I would put you like here maybe, but it's clever. And you did combine two things, which is what I did want you to do. B, okay, noted. I just wanna make sure I'm calling you the right name. So this is a 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10. Definite upgrade from your previous version in every way though. I think that you have done a lot to set yourself apart now. And it's just a couple little things can really take you the extra mile here. Good work! Can we get a round of applause for me, please? Round of applause for me. Thank you for submitting. Why am I watching an anime version of Dante Limbus Company? Is there a character in Limbus Company that looks like me? Is that what you're saying? Or is the character we're looking at familiar from Limbus Company also maybe? Intriguing. Oh, also I can clap. I forget I have hands sometimes. Imagine this character heard about beehives being smoked and assumed they were being lit on fire. I'm a firefighter, but that wasn't the case at all. Actually, that's so funny. That actually is fantastic as a concept here, where they were trying to deal with hives being smoked. That is so funny. Here's the Squiiji will say with my redesign. Kato, are you redesigning? I am intrigued to know what you're redesigning into. Did you become more, I don't want to say Russian, because I think like more hunter? I'm intrigued to know what you did. I know what you look like. I know you. I am currently finally found an artist. Exciting! I'm excited for you. I am. Let's go. I'm so excited to see. No, the OC? You don't have a clock head like Dante? What? The character looks like Dante. I see. I don't have a clock head. That is a thing you can note about me. I do have mushroom hair and not other kinds of hair, potentially. Good luck! Kato, I'm very intrigued to see once you have it. I'm very excited. Anyways, I think that'll be all the designs we look at today. Despite me being so focused, we only got through 6. Oh wait, hang on, there was one more here. Was that 5? Did I not make it through 6? Hang on, speed run, maybe. I was so focused. How did we do that? I had one more prepared for us. I thought we'd get through a lot. Oh, there's only 5 minutes left. I don't want to speed run because I feel bad. People don't deserve speed run. People deserve more. What? I was so locked in. How did this happen? I don't want to speed run. They deserve better than that. They deserve full time. Tangents. I guess that's true. No, take one more. But Joby bought me dinner to eat, and it's 6 p.m. and I'm supposed to end stream on time because I have work to do. Oh no. Like, time does fly when I'm having fun, and there were a couple of yaps. I did have a couple of tangents, but I do need to eat and take care of myself and hang out with my Joby a little bit before Joby goes to play with others. Joby has some gaming to do with some friends tonight. So for as much as I would love to go overtime, I cannot. It would be unfair to this design for me to speed run because I want to give them the time that they are due. And also I want to eat and take care of myself. And yeah, this one could be the start of next Monday. You know what? Next Monday, maybe our theme will be designs that I have somehow missed. I don't have enough for another full day of bugs. I think I only have one more bug design, but there are a lot of designs that I have prepped and that have text on them and that are fully ready to go like this, but they were just the straggler that was left over from a previous stream. So maybe I will just grab through a bunch of the ones that have been prepped that were previously waiting for their folders to fill. And next week we'll just do all of them. We'll do random ones, like completely, totally random, potentially. Because we haven't done a random themed day in a minute, I don't think. Have we? Straggler stream would be great. Yeah, the victims of the yappening. Oh no, I feel bad calling them that. Like I have to figure out a title for it, but they are truly the victims of the yappening. My makeup work, yeah. Stream of the Forgotten, but I didn't forget them. I didn't forget them. They weren't forgotten, fellas. I knew them and remembered them, which is why I'm thinking about doing this. And maybe I should. I should theoretically do that. We'll make that as a note. Anyways, let me just see. Did I get bingo based on your final one here? You don't have twin tails. I didn't change your eye color. Oh, I didn't. Somehow no bingo for me. Man, I never get bingo. I feel like I got bingo like only twice in the year that we've been playing bingo. I feel like you guys get bingo from time to time, but I almost never do. And it's funny because knowing some of the ones that are on here, like I very well could have explained the ladder test just so that I could be closer to bingo. I could have give bonus points for concept to get us closer to bingo, but I am too morally upstanding and I won't do those things if I weren't going to do them naturally. So like, I'm not going to. Might be ready for next week. Oh, are you cotton candy? Do alert me when you are ready. Do alert me. Yeah, received no bingo. Yeah, these designs were really good. but I received no bingo. I like bingo. And I'm intrigued to see what the predictions were. Hey, so guess who fell asleep? Hi, Nilo. Could possibly be Nilo who fell asleep. Nilo is well known for being awake for everything. Let's see. Did you guys think because I was locked in that I would get 6? You did. Okay. You guys did overwhelmingly vote on 6. But how many did I get through? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wow. That was less than my usual despite declaring myself locked in. What can you do? Can never truly predict the shroom. I like got started real fast too, but I feel like it might have also been, we did have a long Jubby intermission also. We had a long Jubby intermission. There we go, end poll. 5 was the winning guess on YouTube, so good work YouTube shroommates. You guys always guess right somehow on YouTube. Yeah, Pizza Lore did add some time, maybe a little bit. And we did have some bug yaps, that's true. The locked in 5. How many submissions are we at now? I was going to close the form when it hit 1,000, but I did not. But it is below 1,000 because I went through and purged a bunch of submissions because there were some people who had resubmitted like 9 and 10 times. So I purged the early versions of a bunch of people and then also got rid of submissions from people who don't exist anymore that I couldn't find any trace of online. So yeah, there were some people who had oversubmitted, unfortunately, and then there's a lot of people who don't exist anymore. So the forum is back to like 900 and I think like 30 right now, but it was almost at 1,100 that don't exist anymore. Sounds wild. I guess that is a bad way of saying it, sorry. That's very dramatic to say it that way. Yeah, 07 to those lost. It may be that they rebranded, or maybe VTubing just wasn't for them. 900, yeah, those are how many submissions there are. But we have gone through, I might have to check, let me see. I can check really quick in Cinda's document, which I don't know if that is like when that was last updated, but Cinda has made a really nice document that went through and lists all of the critiques we've done. And oh wait, literally Cinda has it updated already for today. The Mad Lad, or someone has it updated for today. It is Cinda, I see you, that is your name. We are currently at, as far as the number we've gone over on stream, 285 that we've gone over on stream. That does not include the, I believe, almost 100 that I have done in private consultation as well. I have looked at more VTuber designs than I believe the average anyone has. Anyone. I feel like there's very few people who have looked at more designs than I have, probably. There are a lot. Someone got purged in the past and they resubmit. Does it mean they have to wait all over again? The only reason they're getting purged is because I can't find any trace of them on the internet. So if I can't find them, then I'm guessing they're not out there anymore. So they would probably need to resubmit anyway because they'd be under a different name. And if they're under a different name, then it wouldn't have been stacked anyway, unfortunately. So who knows? E.g. now the master of VTuber designs. It is me, 'tis I, the master of VTubers. I contain all of the infinity stones of VTubing. I wield the powers of each and every one of you. But anyways, I am gonna go get dinner. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It was good, it was fun. Thursday, we are doing our Clown Miku Design Challenge showcase. Yeah, I'm the Pokemon Master, that's what I am. I am the VTuber Mon Master. We're doing Clown Miku Design Submissions Showcase with Yam all that. Don't wanna miss it. I have a design that I finished that none of you have seen. And Yam gonna have a finished design that I don't think any of you have seen. And there are gonna be a ton of really beautiful and fantastic and really clever Clown Mikus we're gonna be looking at. So we'll be going through all of them together on stream for that. And then Friday, we're doing a Wuthering Waves character design tier list. We're starting it. I think I may be able to get through the entirety of Wuwa in 1 week if I am properly locked in. So we will see. And I'm looking forward to it because I generally liked Wuwa designs. There was a little bit of sameness, but I generally liked them. So I'm looking forward to it. So I will, YouTube, say shroom you later. Thank you for hanging. Thank you for partying with me on this lovely Monday. And I will see you on Thursday. Bye, YouTube, because I can't send you anywhere. Twitch, I